right.
Absheni MEC. Absheni MEC Magamu. Absheni.
Honorable Chair.
He's already here.
I've logged on behalf of the MEC. Will join us shortly. I've joined on behalf of the MEC. He's here.
This
He'll join.
MEC is very lucky. Get people to join for him. Okay. Oh, it's coming, ne?
Yes, Chairperson.
Digital likai. Digital likai.
I'm fine, Chair. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm okay.
How are you, Chairperson?
Mom Kize, I had a great day. And you?
And I'm fine, sis. Tell me, do we have something tomorrow? Because at 9:30, I'll be at the doctor.
You didn't confirm for the SALGA conference. The SALGA conference, you got an invitation, but you were supposed to confirm, all of you.
Conference?
Yeah, on small town regeneration.
Where?
It's on Zoom.
It's on Zoom. I don't know, because I'm going to the doctor. Maybe you'll give me a time to rest.
Honorable Speaker, what is it all about? The laugh? It's on Zoom.
Okay, ma'am.
Sure. Can I check? Executive Mayor Sekhukune, are you back with the team?
I'm back, Honorable Chair.
Back.
Yes.
Can I check the Mayor of Elias Motswaledi? Are you back with the team? Can I plead with all of you?
Good evening, Chair. Yes, I'm here with the team.
Can you put your camera on, Mayor? Everybody now must put their camera on. And then there's a very disturbing background from your speaker, Major. There's a very disturbing background. Can you switch off?
Yes.
Who's holding the gadget called iPhone? That iPhone must be renamed. There's no person called iPhone.
Good evening, Chair. Yes, the Mayor of Elias Motswaledi is here with the team.
But you have connected onto gadget, Mayor. It's making the sound. If you are to talk, we won't hear you. As you are speaking, there's a sound near you to show that you are using your own phone, and there is a gadget called Elias Muncipality. Am I wrong? And that's the gadget that's making a lot of noise. You hear this noise, so unbearable. Can we solve it? One gadget, it will do. Yes. We can't see you. You need to go a bit up, Mayor. We're only seeing your eyes. Still, you can't.
Do you see me, Chair?
No, no. Yes, yes, you must.
Do you see me, Chair?
Yes, you must stay there. Okay.
Thank you very much. Chair, the Mayor is here with the team.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we plead with the MEC's microphone to be muted, because we are hearing what it's saying, including the HOD?
I was just greeting you that I'm here now.
I greeted you, you were not here. It's okay. Welcome, MEC Magamu.
Yeah,
welcome,
I was informing you.
Can you see that it's you? Yeah, I think this looks like MEC Makamu. That's him. Yes, it's you. Then Ephraim Mogale, are we all here? Is the mayor of Ephraim Mogale here?
Good evening, Chairperson.
We can't see
Chairperson.
you. We can't see you.
Oh.
Make sure that we see you.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Yes,
Good
Mayor
evening,
Ephraim Mogale. Yes,
okay, you are.
Chairperson, Mayor Ephraim Mogale. Some of my team are still connecting. I can see that they are still connecting.
Okay, it's fine. Thanks
very
you.
much.
Then is the mayor of Makhudu-thamaga and team around?
Yeah, good evening, Chairperson. Mayor of Makhudu-thamaga is here with the team. Thank you very much.
Okay. Fetakgomo-Tubatse. Fetakgomo-Tubatse.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Chairperson. The Mayor of Fetakgomo-Tubatse is here with the team. Am I audible, Chairperson?
You are audible, though you are not visible.
Let me show my face. Can you see me now?
I'm only seeing the shade of your face.
I'm here, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay. So you are here with the team. Whom did I omit? All of you. I started
Can
with
you
the
see me?
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. You can mute your microphone.
Thank you.
Now. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Mute your microphone so that we can proceed. Can you please mute your microphone, Maya Mamikwa? Your microphone is still unmuted. Mute it. Okay, thank you. Let me take, I see Provincial Treasury still here with us, led by the HOD. I also see now Cogta is now led by the HOD herself. Welcome, HOD. And we want to welcome you, MEC. We got your apology earlier in the morning, but that we want to appreciate your commitment that you are going to be here in the evening. Honorable Kaiser had a question for you. During the day, we told him to wait and reserve it for this evening. There were questions that were asked earlier by members. As I said earlier to say, we were at the mercy of the colleagues from the municipalities, and then we adjourned at lunchtime to allow them to prepare their answers so that then we won't waste much time here, because we've even given you colleagues adequate time to look at those questions and then prepare your responses. So I'll start with Makhudu-thamaga. Makhudu-thamaga, there were questions that were directed to you. Mayor, can you take the floor and then deal with those that are political, and then you'll also decide who must respond to the technical questions. Over to you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to all mayors, executive mayor, MEC Makamu. Let me go straight to questions. I think on question number 1, Honorable Chairperson, I'll answer question number 1 from Honorable Member who want to know whether our municipal manager is cooperated with the investigation. On this question, Chairperson, I'll say on slide number 32, it shows that Mrs. Unpaid served a 5-year term of employment at her previous employer, which is Moretele Local Municipality Chairperson, and her contract was lapsed on 15 October 20, was started on 15 October 2012 until 17 January 2018. And then we have the letter that confirms the end of contract in the report. And on the issue of whether she's cooperating or what, I can say that she has been cooperating with the forensic investigator appointed by Provincial Treasury, that side of Moretele. And I can confirm that our she managed to attend sessions when she was required to answer to the investigation. And then I think all of us, we are quite aware that the VPS matter is currently under law enforcement agency. On the issue of, I think the last question that I think is political Chairperson, is the issue of consequence management. On the issue of consequence management, we can confirm as the municipality that the council has appointed the disciplinary board on the 29 October 2018 under the resolution that has been attached to the report. And then the chairperson of the audit committee, Ms. Mantata, is the chairperson of the board, and she managed to finalize VPS matter that was referred to council for consideration. And then the former MMs and the CFO received final written warnings for non-compliance with the investment regulations. And on the issue of consequence management, again, we can say that the SCM manager was dismissed for transgression on the SCM policy and procedures. Then I think our can deal with the technical issues. Thank you, Chairperson.
You can't be thanking the chairperson without telling us out of your admin team who's gonna be dealing with this all other questions. There were a lot of questions that have been directed to the municipality.
Thank you, Chair. I'll request the to respond to the technical questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Baula, the Mayor of Makhudu-thamaga. Can we see the Put your video on and respond to the question.
Good evening, Honorable Chairperson and the honorable members, also the MEC and the members of the municipality, the mayors, EM, and all the councillors and my colleagues. On question number 2 that was raised by the honorable mayor, the member, the question was on the issue 183 million that was written off by council, and also the 48 million for the unauthorized expenditure that was written off without the impact investigation. We want to clarify that, Honorable Chairperson, that in our presentation, we highlighted on slide 36, where we were reflecting the balances per each and every financial year to reflect how much was unauthorized expenditure. And the 46 million that we have written off, it was the non-cash items for provision of impairment of debt. We are currently having a challenge in terms of the payments of the property rates. I think even in this morning, our Cogta department also reflected that when the DGJ was presenting to saying Public Works is not paying on the properties that are not registered. So every year we have a problem of not receiving that revenue. So we are compelled to make provision in terms of the doubtful debt. But the matter has been reported to National Treasury. We have made use of provision here, section 64, where we report to the department that are not paying their bills on time. We have not yet received the feedback from National Treasury regarding the matter, but we have been engaging with Public Works in terms of settlement of their debt. On the issue of irregular expenditure, we want to confirm that our MPEC, after the council has referred the matters to them, after we have received our audit reports, the MPEC committee were able to investigate the irregular expenditure according to the financial years as I've reflected them on our presentation. The 88 million that was written off was for the financial year 17-18. They had managed to look on the transactions and they found that in terms of non-compliance, there was issues relating to the non-compliance of SCM laws and regulations. And there were other expenditure for the advertisements that were done less than the required period. And also there were issues relating to the appointment of people working for state. Those were the challenges that we experienced during the previous financial years in terms of those bids. But what we have done as a municipality to ensure that we really do a preventative measure in terms of this irregular expenditure. We have developed our SCM checklist, the one that now all the supply chain team, they are using, whether it's an order or a quotation or whether it's a tender. It has reflected the issues that needs to be checked before the recommendation can be done from the bid evaluation committee to the bid adjudication committee and to the municipal manager as accounting officer. And also we have procured the vetting system, which we are able to check the service providers by punching their ID numbers, the directors. We are able to see their profile in terms of whether they are out working for state, but that we managed to buy the system in January 2021. So these are part of the challenges that we have been having a recurring finding from the previous financial years. So we are saying going forward, we'll be able to do that verification because we didn't have access to kits that the AG is utilizing when they are checking that compliance. There are also matters that affected us in terms of the supply chain policy, especially on the issue, the bid from 30 to 200. Because in our case, we were advertising them for 7 days, but because it had the terminology bid, the AG, when they were auditing us, they said, because now we didn't say it's a quotation, but we said bid, and the bid should be advertised for 14 days. So we went back and reviewed our supply chain policy, and the policy was presented to council. It was approved also. And also we looked on the standard operating procedures that the National Treasury has shared with us. And then we were able to review our own using the one that National Treasury has provided. And we requested the support from Provincial Treasury to train our SCM officials. That was done, all the bid committee, the evaluation and the adjudication committee members, and even supply chain officials. They were workshop again last year. The reason for our request is that most of the time the members do rotate, or maybe some they've left the municipality, so we need to do the replacement. So we wanted to ensure that they are all getting the refresher training. And with this internal controls that we have put in place, and also now, even our tender document before we advertised, we now giving it to internal audit to do the due diligence. Because sometimes we find that if there is an error in the tender document, when we are going to adjudicate, we'll adjudicate with that error. So in order to prevent that to recur, our internal audit, they do a verification of our documents before they are being sold out or before they are being put on our e-tender. There was another question that was raised, Honorable Chair. The honorable member asked if the municipality has a financial recovery plan, as it is reported that the municipality is technically bankrupt and cannot pay service providers as they fall due. What I can indicate on this matter, the honorable chair and members, is that the ratios, they give a reflection in terms of the affordability of the municipality. So in this case, the ratio that was highlighted here is the one that shows the municipality that in terms of the liquidity, we are sitting at 0.45. And this has been confirmed on our financial statement as they've been audited year 2019. The current ratio has dropped significantly since 2016. And the measure that makes that drop is the issue that I've highlighted here, the impairment, property rates. Because the moment the department is not paying us, then the debt book is growing. We are currently, Honorable Chair, sitting on a debt of more than 400 million. And just to reflect that we are able to get the payment from the rural development in terms of the land, but there is a problem inconsistency in terms of payment, the properties in terms of public works. So the municipality have to impair materially the debt, as the department has indicated, the Department of Provincial Treasury. And the public works as a department, they have indicated that for them to pay for a property rate, that property must have registered in their name. And then when they're going to do payment for those properties that we have already built them, when they register them, they will only pay them from the date of registration, which means all the debt that all the billing that we are doing currently since 2009, for those properties that are not registered, they will not be able to pay until the property is registered. So what we want to highlight is that the reason why now the ratio has dropped is because now we'll have a provision, the current debtors. And in our financial statement for the year, we disclosed a 5 million in terms of the current asset vis-a-vis the current liabilities. And definitely
this ratio will always be below the required norm. So until the intergovernmental relations, we assist one another in terms of the payment of the property rates by the relevant department. Hence, the municipality, in terms of revenue base, it's looking on the property rates will not improve, Honorable Chair. And I also want to highlight that currently we don't have the challenges in terms of paying our creditors when they fall due. We normally prepare our cash flow to ensure that all our creditors are paid on time. I think when you just check, we don't owe SALGA in terms of debt. We don't owe AG, we are paying current account. And then also even all the other third parties are being paid on time. So we don't have a challenge in terms of the creditors paying on time. And I think even the past financial year during audit, we didn't have findings where they were indicating non-compliance in terms of the supply, in terms of the payment of creditors within the 30 days as is required by the Municipal Finance Management Act. So the only assessment when we do the ratio calculation will have creditors that are not paid on a month-to-month basis. Those creditors will be your retention creditors or else employee bonuses and the leave days. Those are the provisions that we are having in terms of the creditors that we know that in terms of payment, they become due, especially on retention when the liability period has expired. But what we just wanted to highlight, Honorable Chair, is that we are able to pay our creditors on time. And then going forward as a municipality, we are indicating that we don't want to really depend only on the conditional grants and equitable share to ensure that we don't have a problem with our cash flow. But we are saying if we can get assistance, as we have already reported the matter to our provincial treasury, to our national treasury, regarding the non-payment of property rates, that will improve the financial viability of Makhudu-thamaga. But I would like to indicate that even if the matter is still on the table, but we have already met with the Department of Provincial Public Works. We were coming with them understanding in terms of their debt. And then there are discussions whereby now they will be coming with a commitment in terms of the settlement agreement. But I think what they've put on the table for the municipality to consider is the issue of the interest that have been charged from 2009 when we start to implement our valuation role. So that is the area that as council, we will submit that as soon as they give us the memorandum of understanding in terms of their commitment of paying their debt, and then we'll request council to write off the debt in that case. And then, Honorable Chair, there was a question that was highlighted by the member that the municipality does not have an asset care management plan. What is it that the municipality will be doing in order to deal with that matter? We are indicating that, Honorable Chair, we do have an asset register which informs the municipality maintenance plan, and we review that on a yearly basis. Then this plan covers both infrastructure and the movable asset. So we are able to know the asset that needs maintenance and those that are done on an ad hoc basis, the lifespan of the asset. But in terms of the plan, we are going to ensure that in our next financial year, 2021-2022, it will be developed as we were requesting assistance from Cogta in terms of the support, DBSA. that we can look on the asset management plan and the township establishment. So those are the support that we have requested from our Cogta department. Yeah, Honorable Chair, I think those were the questions that were posed for Makhudu-thamaga Municipality. I would like to thank you, Honorable Chair.
Colleagues, do we have any follow-up on Makhudu-thamaga? Honorable Flo, what's going on?
Some follow-up,
but not with the kids, please. Honorable Flo, please. Honorable Flo. It's Honorable Spies. Honorable Groenewald. In that order. Honorable Spies, over to you. Honorable Spies.
Chairperson,
Yes.
I might have missed some part of the response, and if I have, my apologies, but I need to make sure. The issue around what's her name, Nancy Rampedi, that resigned as the CFO of Mogale Municipality before her role in the VBS could be scrutinized. I need to understand. She was obviously then appointed as the municipal manager in another municipality. And then the question that Honorable Brink was asking is that I heard that she is cooperating with the investigation in Mogale, if I've heard correct. And despite her resigning that post before an investigation could be completed, I also want to know if she did inform her employer of this matter when she applied for the MM job. I need to just know whether those questions were answered. I heard that she is cooperating, if I'm correct, a chairperson. All I need to know, otherwise I'm covered by that if those questions were answered.
Thank you, Honorable Spies. Can we allow Honorable Groenewald to ask the questions?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the municipal manager just alluded to say that there is a maintenance plan and that the maintenance plan has been implemented. Am I correct if she says that? I just want to find and I'll do a follow-up on that, Chair.
The MM, can you respond to the question first raised by Honorable Groenewald so that we can give him an opportunity to do the follow-up questions? Only the one as asked by Honorable Groenewald. Is the MM of Makhudu-thamaga with us?
She's just muted, Chairperson.
Oh, Honorable Chair, my apology, my mic was still muted. I just want to confirm that we do have the maintenance plan. Then what we don't have is the asset care management plan, which now we want to align it with our maintenance plan. Thank you.
Honorable Groenewald.
Chairperson, she didn't answer. Thank you, Chair. She didn't answer the second part. She said that it has been implemented. I just want to make sure if that is correct, if she says that.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, it has been implemented. The maintenance plan has been implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, if I may, through you.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've asked a question to the Minister, especially in terms of maintenance plans. And she came back and says there's no municipality in that province that even implemented the maintenance plan. So now I want to ask the MM, is the minister lying or is she lying? Either way, but I want to make sure. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can I ask you to deal with that matter? Then the other issue that is raised by Honorable Spies is a follow-up question too from Honorable Brink. The mayor must deal with it around your appointment and all those stuff. For now, deal with the issues as raised by Honorable Cornevalt. Mayor, you'll come last. I want the to first respond.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and the member. We can avail our maintenance plan to the committee because we do have the maintenance plan. While we are still in this meeting, I will request the SM infrastructure just to get the maintenance plan, then we will be able to share with the committee. Thank you.
Chairperson, through you, I would appreciate that if she can send that to us so we can have that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I thought she said she was going to request the SCM manager to deal with these issues. That's what I heard you correctly, MM.
No, I'm saying SM, Senior Manager Infrastructure.
Yes.
Yes, no, we will definitely share with the committee the maintenance plan. Thank you.
When are we getting it? Because it's there. Can we get it by tomorrow? It's there.
We'll definitely send it to the Secretariat, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, just before we move.
Yes.
Chairperson, through you, and she must just allude when she's saying that plan, what has been implemented and what has not been implemented. Thank you, Chair.
You heard it, MM.
Noted that
the plan, you must indicate what is implemented and what has not been implemented.
Will provide the information. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Can the mayor deal with the issue as raised by Honorable Spies around the MM's appointment, whether when she was appointed, she declared? Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Let me indicate that our MM, she did not resign, but her fixed term contract has been expired. And I think as the municipality, we do employees vetting from our side to Moretele, and Moretele confirmed that Mrs. Rampedi is a good CFO. She can be appointable if the municipality wants to appoint her. Because we got the form from the Moretele municipality confirming that they work very well with the MM and with the CFO as the former CFO, and then as Makhudu-thamaga Council, we then decided to appoint her on a fixed term contract as the MM of our municipality. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Spies, I see your hand is up. You want to follow up on this matter as the mayor is responded to. Over to you, Honorable Spies.
Yes, ma'am. Chairperson, the question is not answered. Chairperson, the question that was asked is not answered. The response that I'm expecting is not to whether they work well with the CFO. The question is, when Ms. Rampedi resigned as the CFO, before her role in the VBSS scandal was scrutinized, she was then appointed in this municipality of the mayor that just spoke now. Now, I want to know, did Ms. Rampedi declare that she was involved in that investigation before she was appointed? And I want to know, is she cooperating in the investigation into the Moretele VBS investment investigation? So the mayor did not respond to those. And it's very, very simple. It's 3 questions she must answer, Chairperson.
It's 3 questions that you must answer. As I hear Honorable Spies saying this, are you cooperating with the investigation into the Moretele VBS investment despite you leaving before the investigation could be investigated? The mayor is saying you didn't resign, your contract expired. The question was that you resign. Can you confirm that the contract expired, as the mayor is saying? And then the other issue is whether you did declare in your declaration forms that there's a matter. It was in the public space, the VBS matter, that the matter that has been there around VBS. So this is the question. I think it's direct. I thought the mayor will deal with it. I can hand over to you. You deal with it directly. After that, I have my own follow-up questions. I was first allowing the members to be the first ones to ask questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As the mayor was highlighting that didn't resign, I think I've already shared my letter where the municipality was indicating that my contract has expired. And I did share that with Cogta. That is available, and even my contract that was signed with Moretele to confirm that indeed my contract ended, in fact, in October 2017, but it was extended with 3 months till January because of the issue that we're still in the middle of audit. So there was a council resolution on the extension. So I didn't resign when the matter, VBS was coming on. And also, when I was applying for the position at Makhudu-thamaga, by then when I was filling my forms, I was not yet aware that this matter was already under investigation. So I didn't declare as a matter that was known to me because already I was no longer in the employment. And I was also, as Moretele, we were those municipalities that never received any warning letter from National Treasury. As they were highlighting that there were certain municipalities that were informed about the VBS, that they must no longer invest with VBS. I've never, as Moretele, we were never given that communique. And I think even during investigation, forensic, it was confirmed that Moretele indeed never received the notification. And on the issue, the cooperation with the investigations, as I highlighted, Honorable Chair, is that because I was no longer working for the municipality, when they were doing the process a disciplinary board, I was no longer working for Moretele, but I attended the forensic investigation that was appointed by a Provincial Treasury. I was there to submit the information relating my involvement with the VBS. So in terms of cooperation, Honorable Member, I've been cooperating with the investigators.
Then if the contract is needed and the letter confirmation that is available, readily available, I can also send it to the secretary, confirm that I didn't resign when the matter was already on papers. I only started to pick up it when I was already outside the municipality. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. As I said earlier, we commended you for moving from qualified with findings to unqualified with findings, the movement, because you seem to have been the only municipality that have moved. But then, looking at the AG's report, the balance of your irregular expenditure as per the end of 2018-19 was around 92 million. And then it's on record that you have written off your irregular expenditure amounting to 183 million over the last 3 financial years, as well as your 46.8 million unauthorized expenditure in 2018-19 financial year. Did the municipality investigate all the instances of irregular and unauthorized expenditure before writing them off? I will follow up based on the responses on these questions. Over to you, MM.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to confirm that the Committee of Council, the MPEC, they investigated the irregular expenditure. They have—
Which one?
They
Which
are
one? Which
they
one?
invest the 2016-17. They have done the unauthorized of 46 million. And then for 2017-18, they have investigated the expenditure 88 million. And the report was submitted to council. We do have the report and it does have council resolutions. And also 18-19, they have investigated the expenditure. And then they were
Which
still some that
is still on
the one
unauthorized.
Or under unauthorized, Honorable Chair, it's only the write-off was only done for the 46 million, the one for 2016-17. And it does have a report, MPEC committee, when they were sitting for this unauthorized expenditure. As we have highlighted that it's having the provision of impairment, the debt book. So they have resolved on that one, but we still have outstanding expenditure under unauthorized. That MPEC will still going to consider. I think on this matter, it's because while MPEC is busy investigating on this unauthorized, that's why as a municipality, we started now to saying, let's engage National Treasury, because it means year by year, we'll be having the unauthorized expenditure, especially on the issue, the impairment. So 2017-18, Chair, it's not yet being finalized in terms of unauthorized. 19-20, it's also not being finalized because we thought we'll get a written communication from Treasury relating to the issue non-registered properties so that we can know going forward, do we still have to do the billing? Because I think, Chair, we also share with you on the information that you requested just to see in terms of revenue, when we bill, how much are we collecting? And I think it's reflected in this presentation where it shows that we are billing, but in terms of payment, it's not coming through. So under unauthorized expenditure, Chair, it's only 1617 that was investigated, and there is a report, sorry, on that one. We can be able to share with the committee. And then under irregular expenditure, the 1718 was also investigated. There are attendance registers and minutes of the MPEC when they were investigating, and when also they were requesting information from management. So the file can be prepared for the committee to support the written off. And there is council resolution where MPEC chair presented the report. In terms of the outcome, as a municipality, there was no financial loss on those tenders or contracts that they were awarded. The service was rendered. Some they are part of the MIC in terms of those projects that we have managed to complete in terms of the roads and bridges. But the issue now was on the process of compliance. So MPEC did investigate. There are proof that the investigation did took place. And
only for 1718.
For 1718
only.
No, not only 1718. There are some also for 1819, the transactions, but it's not completed because of COVID. The MPEC plan also was affected from last year, so they were not able to cover all the expenditure that was sitting in our UIF register. So they have not done it fully. And for 1920, this is the year that we are being audited. There is expenditure that now we have identified as irregular. So this one, there is a portion that was also investigated for 1920, but there is part, because most of our projects are multi-year. So you'll find that if a irregular was identified in 1718, it will affect 2 financial years, because most of our roads projects, we do them in 2 financial years because we are doing 5-kilometer roads. So there is overlapping of the expenditure from previous financial year to the next financial year. So that's why you'll find that the provision year written off, it has been done for expenditure already incurred, but in the following year, we're still having it on the register until the project that was identified as irregular is fully completed in terms of the construction. And then we'll also look on the expenditure that has been identified as irregular, then that's that in MPEC will be finalizing. So in this case, we still have those issues that are not yet finalized, but those that have been finalized, definitely MPEC did sit as a committee, and they do have their attendance register when they were sitting, and also they do have their communique when they were sending to management to request the supporting information on those one. And even MPEC, they were doing their own investigation where they will check whether this person is working for the state. And then there were cases where they find that a person was no longer working for state. He resigned in 2010, but when AG was auditing, because the information on CAT is not updated, it will still reflect as the person is working for state. Then MPEC also, they done their own verification with those departments, and then they get confirmation that this person is no longer working there. So also they were agreeing with some of the management in terms of the issues that were reflected. Yeah, but it's not all incomplete, Chair. As I indicated, that especially the multi-year project, they are still having balances, but we do have a report that we can share with the members and the council resolutions.
You want to tell us that what the AG is saying is not correct? Because the AG, it's on record saying that irregular expenditure of prior years was not investigated. But this is what happened. I think I'm learning to understand that that MPEC, if there's a council, there was a council decision to write off the irregular expenditure incurred without an investigation, coupled with a failure by the municipal leadership to establish the required systems to hold officials responsible. And this has created an environment in these municipalities where officials act with impunity, with no consequence for transgression. That's the issue here. But you're coming on record saying that these things have been investigated. That decision, what informed that decision to write off the irregular expenditure without it being investigated? Be as it may be, because you have been seated with these reports, there was one contract that the AG raised concerns with your good selves, which was to the value of 50 million. It's one contract in two quotations, all coupled. They amounted to 50 million. And they were procured from suppliers whose tax matters had not been declared by the South African Revenue Services to be in order. Simple terms, you are claiming that this has been done. Who were the officials that were involved in the saga of the contract and the two quotations? What steps have you taken about from them? Because this is a clear matter wherein people were sitting in the BG evaluation, adjudicating on whatever committees could have looked at that. Are these people complying with the SARS requirements? And then there's an issue of invitation for competitive bids for procurement of over 15 contracts to the value of 2 million, which were not advertised as required by the minimum number of days. And then the same thing, the AG is on record saying that unauthorized expenditure incurred by the municipality is not investigated to determine if any person is liable. Now you are saying it has been investigated. So out of these figures, over 183 million, you want to tell us there was no wrongdoing and the AG is not saying things right here. We just need to agree with what you are saying. I will not agree with what you are saying under the circumstances, because the AG is on record that also you didn't investigate an authorized expenditure. For MPEG to sit and write off is something and recommend to cancel. But yourself, in terms of section 32, 2A of the MFMA, 32, 2B with regard to the irregular, you've got that responsibility. All, in fact, your entire UIFW, it has not been investigated according to the AG. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seated here dealing with your qualified audit report. Otherwise, we'll be talking something, a very clean audit. So these are matters for concerns, and we want to you to tell us in particular to say, when are you going to do this? Because if there's a culture in this municipality of not investigating these expenditures, but just for MPEG to sit and write off, that's why the issue is that we want to know the instances and circumstances. Maybe you must give us a breakdown of that resolution. I want you to respond to say, if it was with regard to this 50 million, what were the circumstances that made council to write off? Under the because it's somebody who was just negligent in the derogation of his or higher responsibility. So those are the issues that I wanted to hear from you as an accounting officer. Because the other issue, you cannot outsource your duty where it's clear that somebody has transgressed the law. You don't have to wait for MPEG to determine that. You know, there's a clause in the MFMA, I'll get it here, that gives you the responsibility to act on those. I mean, if somebody didn't make sure that this contractor is compliant What is it that MPEC is going to investigate? Because it's on record that this contract was given work without being compliant. It means then somebody there within the system opted to just disregard the law and do what he or she wanted to do. So these are the issues that we are putting them to you, because you can't be found napping or deal with these matters to then delegate your responsibility to say you are doing this to the MPEC. MPEC will deal with this. In fact, where I'm seated, I also want to understand from the mayor or the speaker, if she's here, do we really actually have a functional also municipal disciplinary board in this municipality? Because these are the issues that the AG is seriously raising, to say, here, there's a culture or an environment where officials, they just act with impunity, no consequence management for their transgression. And that's a matter of concern, because these are the things that happened. That's why we said we wanted to determine the root cause when we started. These are matters that happened. You should be coming to tell us broadly on this matter. You break down all these UIFWs, and this is how we've resolved each matter. I think this is our interest, because that has been the concern of the AG, to say they are producing reports, but municipality tend to deal with these reports as a by the way. They don't care. That's why these matters keep recurring year and year again. So I would like to hear your input and comment on this one. Over to you, MM.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me confirm that, as I indicated, there are cases that we have not yet finalized in terms of the investigation. Like as I was highlighting to saying, this is expenditure for several years as a backlog, investigations. I will be able to give a breakdown. I think for a few minutes, I will be able to retrieve the document. But what I wanted to highlight to the committee is that as a municipal manager, we have a responsibility to ensure that all the expenditures that are in the UIF are investigated. I do confirm that there are invoices or quotations to the value of 2 million, where the advert was not within the period. This were more on the 30 to 200 threshold. I indicated that in this case, it was the issuer interpretation, the way our policy was having a gap. In our policy, instead of writing the quotation, to say in the quotation, less than 200 will be advertised for 7 days. On that paragraph, we said the bid of less than 200, between 30 to 200, will be advertised for 7 days. So these are part of the interpretation that we made a mistake as an institution. Then unfortunately, in terms of that terminology, it has to be, it was supposed to have been advertised for 14 days because of that terminology that we indicated that is a bid. So in this case, Honorable Chair, the mistake was for the administration because of the SCM regulation is very clear. So we pleaded with MPEC to saying, this is an error of interpretation, because in this case, there is no loss of finance. The service was delivered satisfactory, but the issue now is a timeline in terms of those payments. And then we had a case where the member is asking of the 50 million in terms of the projects that we awarded. There was a case of one service provider whose tax matters, when submitted on the document, the PIN, it was reflecting as compliant. But when the history was drawn, the tax matters were not in order. That fluctuation in terms of the compliance was the mistake that as committees we awarded that tender. This is one of the issues that we are saying. We developed this checklist whereby when evaluation committee is sitting in that day, they print the tax compliance of the service provider. Then we confirm that when we're evaluating this tenderer was complying. And then also when it comes to the accounting officer before issuing the appointment.
Excuse me, can I ask the person with the name Cooper EFF to remove kids from this meeting, please? You can't be in a meeting and there are children with you. As a belief though. Over to you, Emma.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, I indicate that we now make sure that when the committee sit as bid evaluation, they must print during that day the compliance to confirm that this company's tax matters are in order. And by the time the municipal manager is going to issue the appointment letter.
You are muted. Unmute, unmute, unmute.
Okay, sorry, Honorable Chair. I indicate that on the tenders that we are highlighting, Chair, the 50 million, indeed there are 2 service providers that were appointed where their tax matters were not in order. And I think this was an issue not using our checklist before, because we were relying on the tender document, the information that was submitted. But now currently, we print the SARS compliance tax certificate from CSD when the bid evaluation committee are sitting, so that we can confirm that the tax matters of this company are in order. And even the municipal manager, before issuing the appointment letter, we also print again the compliance SARS certificate, so that we are sure that will not incur the similar matter where now when the tender was submitted, that company was complying, but when the history was pulled by AG, and then they find that they were not complying on that period. Chair, the internal control measures where we're still having challenge in terms of appointing people who are working for state. The people they were declaring that they are not working, and hence we didn't have a mechanism of testing. We're only relying on the declaration forms. But because we don't want to see this matter recurring, hence we are saying we have now procured the system that will be able to check if this person is not working for state, not to wait until AG when they are doing a CAT verification and then they pick up that. So that is the element that we are saying. The officials that sit on these committees, they didn't have the tool to be able to check on that one. So now, because we have procured a tool from January, it means any tender from February going forward will not recur with the same repeat finding, because now we'll be saying we have given you the resources. We also look on the preventative measures that the AG has shared with us on their website in terms of the supply chain. That's why now we sit and revise our supply chain as a standard operating procedure, so that we don't recur repeating the findings year by year. So in this case, Chair, as a municipality, we are accepting that the irregular expenditure, the figure is huge. But what are we doing now to prevent that not to prevail? Those are the measures that I'm highlighting today, Honorable Chair, that as a commitment from the members of this portfolio and also as a commitment to Council, we indicate that with the tools that now we are having, we'll be able to ensure that this recurrence is not happening. I'll give an example to saying 2017-18, because of when the most of contracts of senior managers were ending. So we end up having a lot of people acting, and the issue of training them during that time was not sufficient also, because one was acting for 3 months. After 3 months elapses, the other one was coming and act on the same position. So there was change of hands, hence the internal control somewhere they were suffering. We also highlighted when the mayor was indicating that there was also a disciplinary of the supply chain manager who was also dismissed because of the irregularities in supply chain. The matter now is sitting at the labor court because the municipality dismissed him, but he was able to go to the bargaining council. And then the bargaining council, he won the case at the bargaining council. But because as a municipality, we are certain about the transgression that the official has done, that's why we are defending that matter at the labor court. So those are some of the examples that show we are now working on the issue of consequence management to address this matters, the irregular expenditure. So our commitment to this committee is that now we are having tools. AG has given us tools in terms of the controls, preventative controls. As a municipality, we have acquired some tools that will implement. So we're not always putting the reports to impact for investigation while we're supposed to have prevented. Hence, I indicated that even our internal audit before was not doing the due diligence. But we said, because this is our resource, it's our internal auditors, within their time, their operation, we want to put in the ad hoc of projects. So before any tender goes now, we are giving to internal audit to do the ad hoc audit on our document to look on the compliance. And then that will also be part of the preventative measures that we are putting in place to ensure that we are really dealing with the issue of UIF. And then I think on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, I've noticed in the morning, the report of AG was saying the municipality has a 5.3 million of UIF. I think this one, the AG board, they will just check. I think it was a typo for the municipality, because in terms of Makhudu-thamaga, when we look on the 4 years, our expenditure, the only highest expenditure that we had was in 17-18. And 18-19, it was only 103 rand. And in 19-20, it was only 8 rand. And this one of 8 rand is for AG. And I think this one, AG was working on it to correct it, because the invoices, when they were submitted to the municipality, it was still within the period. So it might be happening that because this is happening for 19-20 because of this COVID matter, but this has been, it's now being, it's under investigation with AG. They will be giving us a credit note on that one. But the 5.3 does not belong to us. We are sitting at 500 and something, if I'm not mistaken. I think this one is the area that we are agreeing for. Our MPEC is still behind on going backwards, because that 500, it's prior year fruitless expenditure, where now we have to retrieve the document and see what transpired on that one. So, Honorable Chair, we are indicating that with unauthorized, we are not on track. Myself also, as I investigated, I find the expenditure is on the impairment, and it's affecting by another department. That's why we requested council to reconsider our matter as management, because the submission that MPEC finalized their investigation, it's when they interrogate the management in terms of what have we done, and then we are able to demonstrate the shortfalls that were there. So I'm putting to the committee that measures will make this municipality to move within that bracket that we are sitting. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, MM. Okay. Are the members who still have any follow-up question, or can we dispose of this municipality and move to the next one? The silence then, yeah.
I have raised my hand on the platform.
My apologies. I can see you, Honorable Mukalipi, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I can see you too, that you are very tired
What will be that?
because of this series of meetings. Yeah, Chair. Chairperson, I just want to check with you. In the morning,
Can we see you? Can we first see you? I'm not so sure whether we are talking to a ghost here.
How can we talk to a ghost, Chair?
We never know.
Ghost?
You never know.
So do you see me now?
Yes.
All right. Can I be allowed to switch off my video because of the load shedding of the network?
It's okay. Proceed.
I have tendered my apology because I was attending another meeting, but I'm not sure if I was hearing you correctly now when you confirmed that the MEC is here. Because some of the issues that are raised by Honorable Spees, and then the mayor briefly responded to those issues, and most of those questions are politically. And if you are dealing with corruption in municipalities, we need a political head to respond to such critical issues of corruption, even if there's an investigation that is taking place, but it's not enough just to be given an answer from the MM, who is also in question in terms of what Honorable Spees was raising. So I wanted to check with the chair if the MEC of the province is going to also elaborate on those concerns that was raised by the member. Also, it's not because it's raised by that individual member, but it becomes a concern of the committee. That is the concern that I'm also having, Chairperson, because I was not sure when the mayor was briefly touched on what he wanted her to respond on the issues that were raised by Honorable Spees. So the second one, Chair, which is the last one, just want to get from the leadership of this particular municipalities, the issue that was also raised by the constituency about RDP houses in Ward 16 were left incomplete since 2013. So I wanted to get a response there. What is the status now of those houses of RDP that was built using taxpayers' money, and now we are told that they were left not complete, and those poor people who were supposed to benefit from these houses have not benefited. And it's not about that, but it's just that we as community members who are representing the poorest of the poor will have more interest of the poor people to get those houses, especially if the money from the taxpayers' money have been used to address the issue of houses. So if the municipality have addressed that, if they have not addressed that, they must account to the portfolio committee why they have not finished those houses, why they left open. Thank you very much, Chair.
Are you aware how many are they, and since when has been this project, Honorable Mukali?
I don't have an exactly figure, but it's the project in 116, Chair. I'm sure the leadership of this municipality will know, but it is reported that it was 2013.
2013. Okay, that's where I wanted the so. Okay, thank you so much. I will allow the mayor to deal with the issues as raised by Honorable Mukalipi. I'll also allow the MEC to comment on the issues, but also the issue of incomplete RDP houses. I will allow the municipality to comment on this one, including the HOD of Cogta to comment on this one as well. Can we allow the mayor to respond to the issues in relation to your as raised by the Honorable Mukalipi? And then I will allow also the MEC to comment on that first. Then we'll be able to deal with the issue of the houses. Over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of the MF, I can repeat myself. Appointed Mr. Ram's contract has been lapsed from Mogale Municipality. And then I don't know whether Honorable Mukalipi, she wants me to elaborate because Mrs. Rambedi, when we employed her, the issue of BBS was not there. We employed Mr. Rambedi on the basis of the panel's recommendation. So I submit my chairperson. Thank you very much.
What, Honorable Mukalipi, does it covers you?
Definitely not, Chair. Not, yeah. Chair. As I said before, this is politically. And even if the issue of the VPS was not there when she was employed, but it does not mean that when the issue arises, not even if it's the anyone who have been found in that space now, whether you've been employed before or after, once that issue comes to the fore, because we're dealing with corruption, I think that the political leadership is supposed to process these issues differently.
The is also on record saying that at the time, because when I was appointed, the investigation had not yet started. Now that the investigation started, and she indicated she went and participated on the forensic investigations, what did the council then do? You want to come on the same matter, Honorable Spees?
Chairperson, yes. Now, this now is showing me that there's no correlation between what the mayor and the MM is saying. The one is saying one thing, the other is saying another thing. I'm glad the mayor said what she said now, because it answers part of what I wanted to hear, but it's still not, it's not what we expect. Because we must understand, we know things. They must come clear, Chairperson, to us in this matter so that we can move forward.
Mayor, before I hand over to the MEC, can you attempt to respond? These issues are raised.
Chairperson, let me indicate that our municipality have no financial loss on this issue of VPS. So that we employed the municipal manager based on the information we got from Redel. That's my response, Chairperson. Because if the panel recommends the based on the performance inside the interview room. So now, after hiring the after 6 months, maybe after 7 months, then the issue of VPS comes. Then and the municipality, our municipality has no financial loss. Then we feel as the council that we cannot entertain such a matter because our municipality has no financial loss. Then what from the start indicated that we indicated that from our side, our municipal manager has been cooperated with the Moretele investigators, not Makhudu-thamaga municipality, because in our side, we are happy, she's working, we are moving forward. Then I think the issue of VPS in our side is a previous story, Chairperson. So then I plead with the committee that our MM is really helping us. It's just that she's from the previous situation where the municipality has suffered the financial loss. But in our side, we are very much happy with our MM. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's hear what is the MEC's comment on this matter, because I see Honorable Kalipi wants to come back on the matter.
No, Chair, is an old hand. I'm waiting for the MEC to give us a political direction in this matter. And I can see him is on the screen as well.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Let me just lower my hand.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to all the members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues from different municipalities, SALGA, even Cogta National, and everybody else here. And I think, Chair, my apology was tendered in the morning. We had cluster committee meetings. You will know, in terms of our government program, every Wednesday we do executive council meetings or programs or business, and I'm responsible for some of the cluster committee as the chair of such committees. And I have not had enough time to be briefed by those who represented me, because immediately I finished the other meeting, I got into this. But I got the question which deals with the matter which requires a political answer in terms of corruption. And I think it is correct that government has got fighting corruption and crime as one of its priority. And as this government and this department and as the MEC, we are always on that. The issue of the VBS, I think the province is one of those that were badly affected, because not less than 12 municipalities invested money in the VBS, and we are handling the issues. And I hear the issue of the MM who is coming from Northwest, the Moretele municipality to appointed. I got the details which was being presented here. I must be able to indicate, Chair, that we will continue to support any program that will be fighting corruption, including, because I may speak for the provincial government here, that the reports that were conducted to want to establish matters or issues surrounding the investing of money in the VBS, we have agreed as a provincial government that we also hand it over to the law enforcement agency, and they're busy preparing or working on those cases. And if there is any other person, because that is not only the MM that we're talking about here, who might have been appointed in the other organ of a state who has been seen to be having a challenge. And we hope that all those other people, because whether politically you want to do, but also there are Labor Relations Act that needs to be considered as and when you handle these matters. And we think the law enforcement agencies are going to pick, and in the province, if I were to talk to all municipalities that have invested in the VBS, we are also looking at them to pursue even civil claims in order to make sure that they recover the money that was meant for service delivery. All these efforts are there to want to show that we should continue to fight corruption. But you will understand that you will have to follow a process. This is a democratic government that will have laws that should be applied, even if somebody is alleged, should be given a space and be able to have his or her own day in court to be able to present his case and be found guilty or not guilty by the competent court. And as a provincial government and as MEC responsible, whoever is said to be in that space, we are going to fight. And we are continuing to be doing that of corruption, not only the VBS matter, but all the corrupt activities that we pick in our municipalities. We continue to want to encourage that they be reported to the law enforcement agents. That is what I can say, Chair, about the issue of corruption with a specific reference. But we are not only fighting the VBS matter, we also fight any other corrupt activities that happens. The other issue which has been raised about what 16 Makhudu-thamaga, I had Honorable Mkhalipi wanted the municipality to answer that question. And I think it is correct that both of us who can answer. In our provincial government, the mandate of building houses, because the department we are running, it's called Cogta, it's corporate governance, human settlement, and traditional affairs. So the construction of houses in the province is solely within the mandate of the department, Cogta. I have already received a report, and I'm happy when she was referring that the constituency office, the matter has been made to my office and by an honorable member of the legislature in the province, Honorable Rapid, George Rapid. And I have responded to the matter, not only the number of houses in Ward 16. I think I should be able to put it to this portfolio committee that there has been number of incomplete houses for the previous years, and I agree the 2013-2014 financial years. But as a province, we have already taken a step, and we were going each municipality to another municipality. Chair, I can report to this portfolio committee that I was during level 3, if not level, I was in Mukopani municipality, where we requested our CDWs to be able to go all out and do an audit of all the incomplete houses, not only those that were left in 2013-2014 financial year, including those that were left in 2000, because we did have that. But of course, as a department, we have now developed a way of managing how contractors should not be able to live out or to run away from sites without completing houses, and we quickly blacklist such companies who do that. But what we are doing currently in order to monitor that, that does not necessarily repeat itself. Whenever we give a contractor a number of houses to build, we don't pay you in terms of the houses that you completed. If you do one slab or you cast one slab for a house, we can only pay you for that, but still remain with the money that can be able to do wall plate, the finishing, and all those things. So that is how we are trying to manage that we don't repeat. But we have already started to make provisions within our budget of the human settlement to continue to provide houses, but also go back and try to want to complete those that incomplete houses in a manner that we request from the allocated budget to take a particular percentage of allocated budget to fix which was there. You will note that that also is creating fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the sense that those that ran away with money and did not complete the houses, that money was said to have completed houses. It's a matter that we are chasing and looking at all those companies that has already done that and follow the due process in order for them not to be given another contract to build houses in the province. It's a matter, Chair, of the portfolio that the department is well aware. It's not a new information that is being brought to us here by the member, but also it was raised in the formal sitting of the legislature, but also because we have picked it through the processes when we are in our own political parties, when we are doing door-to-door, that people raise the challenges they face. Then that is part of what we are doing. And I hope one day we'll be able to come and report how many of incomplete houses in the whole province, because that audit is taking place from all the years that has been there. I can confirm that I was there in Mkhalakwena all those that were said to be incomplete in particular wards were able to be completed and handed over to the beneficiaries. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. I should think you have covered the issue of the house. Can we then, I see Honorable Mkalipi's hand still up. Can I hand over to you, Honorable Mkalipi?
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. I just want to thank the approach of the MEC. He's talking like a person who is willing to be accountable, with the sense that he's understanding what are the challenges that the municipalities that are here in front of us are experiencing some of the challenges. You see, Chair, when you are here, we are not here because we are bored. I just want to address, I didn't want to raise this thing earlier on before the MEC, because I wanted to hear from the MEC as well in order for me to come back. You know, when the mayor was responding on the issue that I raised, that I'm not satisfied about the fact that the even if the issue of VPS came after the was have signed the contract with the municipality, but I was raising in a level that suggests that all the time, especially elected leaders, they must be always show some remorse, especially as their elected leaders. And they're elected because people, they want to get service delivery. So for the mayor to come and say to the Cogta committee, which is the oversight of provinces and the oversight of municipalities, come and tell us that it does not care what is now being raised in terms of the VBS on the I don't think we can tolerate that attitude here in this committee, Chairperson. As we are speaking here, Chairperson, this municipality, we were told that this municipality have written off irregular expenditure amounting to approximately 103 million over the last 3 financial years, as well as 46.8 million in unauthorized expenditure. So therefore, it means that those who are occupying those positions, such as a mayor, must go to the ground and explain to people why do we have such amount, and then why her council is taking such decisions. Because I can tell you now, Chairperson, even if you can ask or demand a detailed report of those amount, you can find something else. So what experience that we have in this committee is that municipalities are rushing to use what is there in front of them in terms of the rule that protects them. But that's not enough for us as the committee who's doing the oversight. Those monies must be accountable, because those monies are supposed to go and service our people. Our people are very much worried about what is happening on the ground. So we are expecting elected leaders and who have responsibilities to account for each and every cent that is there, because it's not their personal money. It's the money from the taxpayers' money. We can't afford our people to continue to live in abject poverty while some money of 183 million is not accounted for. And you are rushing to use whatever a rule is in front of us to say that here as a council, we are permitted to do this. That is not an issue. An issue, each and every cent must be accounted for. And I take very, 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 very serious and critically if an elected leader is going to come to here to us to tell us that she does not care. We do care, Tinage, as a people who are doing the oversight. It must not happen in this committee again. We can't tolerate that kind of attitude. But I just want to thank the MEC with the response saying that no, they are going to come back with the issues that have been raised here because he was not briefed. That is fair enough. We always work with this MEC and we have not have a problem with his approach. But the MEC as well, I was hoping that he was going to comment, because effectively the mayor is also accountable to this MEC, who's accountable to this committee too. I'm very, very, very disappointed on what this mayor was telling this committee here. As much as I was listening to the MEC to say that let us also distinguish between the processes of the Labor Relations Act. That's why I was saying, Chairperson, let us also get a comment in terms of the political processes, because I believe that all of us as elected leaders, we have a political responsibilities when issues that allegation of corruption arises. We can't just say, no, those things have arisen after she was, that is not enough. That is not a responsible leader that is talking. It's something else. Because if I can tell you now, I'm not saying that this MM is guilty of something else. Let us wait for the processes. She's cooperating with everything. But at the end of the day, who are the people who are suffering on the ground? It's us as elected leaders, or are the people who is hoping that one day my vote will work for me? Or they must wait until 5 years and then go and cast their vote, and then the elected leaders show no remorse and then come and boldly say to a committee of parliament, I don't care. That is not the way we work as elected leaders. Please, Chairperson, I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mkalipi. I see the hand of Honorable Spies is also up. Over to you, Honorable Spies.
Honorable Chair, I'm not going to repeat what Honorable Mkalipi said. I want to reiterate, I was very perturbed with the mayor, and as well with the MM. The MM was very nonchalantly mentioning how the writing off of this irregular expenditure and unauthorized, as if it was nothing. And no matter if the mayor feels that the MM is doing a great job, you cannot dismiss the fact that that is an issue and a factor, and it needs to be dealt with. Although there has been responses, it doesn't mean that we have to be happy with it, and the manner in which it has been articulated, it's not acceptable, and Honorable Mkalipi has stated it very well. I don't have to repeat it. We are not here because it's some fun, a circus, and we are here because we have nothing else to do. We actually take it serious, and we also understand what goes on in municipalities and on the ground. So thank you very much, Chair, for your indulgence, but really, whoever comes in front before us here must also understand there is a manner in which you actually really must portray yourself, represent yourself. And some of this is really unacceptable, Chair. But thank you for the opportunity. We will not leave this matter just like this. Thank you.
I see your hand is up, Councillor Bahula, the mayor of Makhudu-thamaga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe you say, I can indicate that you say slippery of the tongue. My apology, Chairperson. I can't say to this honorable house that I don't care. My apology. Thank you very much.
You are apologizing to say you don't care, because you are on record saying whatever happened at Moritele, we don't care. I don't care, as long as this MM is doing the job. So, but there will be time when you are going to care, as you rightfully say that the matters of VBS now are with the law enforcement agencies. And then you've seen what has been happening to other officials who have been involved in this VBS saga. It means, should that also happen to your MM, maybe that's when you're going to care. I think the colleagues have eloquently raised their concerns. Say also it's an eye opener for those that are still going to come after you, that we're not just doing these things for the by the way issues. We want you to take full responsibility for your actions and for you to account. That's why, as I sum up on this one, you are going to give us a breakdown of this 183 million that has been written off. It's not about MPEC just writing off the considerations And we've also agreed with the where the AG, where there are matters that are within their purview with regard to the UIFW. They are clear, straightforward matters. Because the AG has raised a serious concern here to say there's laxity when it comes to the issue of consequence management. Officials, then they are doing as they wish, because whatever we do, nobody's good, nobody cares. Maybe that's the language that is used in this municipality. They will commit financial misconduct and then still easily get away with these matters. And then the AG will raise these matters year after another, then at least they've got counsel that will just write off this. Can you, colleagues, take out Honorable Klo out of this meeting for good? Help me to do that. Remove her out of this meeting. I will deal with it in another forum. So those are the issues that I was trying to say here, Uli. You'll have to write back to us and tell us what are the circumstances that may cancel to write off this huge amount of money. And there's none of the officials have been held accountable. We can break the supply chain regulations, do as much as we want, as long as we have got our counsel on our sides that will write off this thing for us. That's where we should end it. I hope the will give us this detailed breakdown also on these issues that she's saying. The others have been attended, the others have not yet been attended. I think by now you might be even knowing what is the outcome of your 29-20 audit. And these are the matters that are still going to come, because over the 3 years, you didn't do anything. Nothing was investigated, and it's a matter that's of concern to all of us. Having said that, I think we need to move to the next municipality, it being Tubatse, Fetakgomo-Tubatse. There were questions that were raised by the members earlier. Can we get the mayor and the team attempting to respond to the questions as raised by the members?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mayor for Fetakgomo-Greater local municipality. I'm going to give response to political issues, and thereafter I will allow the municipal manager to give responses to other issues that are administrative. The question yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Proceed. I will interject. Don't keep on asking me whether you're audible or not. If you hear us quiet, it means you are audible. If you are not, then we'll let you know.
The question is around the VBS issue. Fetakgomo-Tubatse local municipality is one of those municipalities that invested money into the VBS mutual bank. An amount of 243 million was invested. And well, the money which was intended for service delivery to our people was lost to VBS. Part of that money was even for electrification projects. And after the VBS saga, the municipality.
Mayor, why is your video not on?
Honorable Chair.
Why is your video not on? Mayor?
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I'm struggling to put my video on. Oh, well, my apology, Chairperson.
Okay, you can proceed for the sake of time.
Thank you. And the municipality suffered a lot as a result of the investment into VBS. The disciplinary committee was established, which resulted in the removal of the mayor and also a disciplinary investigation instituted against the municipal manager. The CFO and the deputy CFO resigned. And unfortunately, the municipality also suffered on the political structures because it took 8 to 9 months for the municipality to run without the speaker. There was only an acting mayor. Electrification project all stopped. After 9 months, the municipality appointed a new mayor. When taking up the matter of the suspended municipal manager, fortunately or unfortunately, she resigned a day before the disciplinary hearing. And we advertised for the vacant position of the municipal manager. Hence, we now have a municipal manager which was appointed in August 2020. We also appointed a new CFO who was appointed in April 2020, who we have much confidence in to bring stability in the municipality. As we all know, the law enforcement are now working on the money that we lost through our lawyers. We still have a hope that if not all the money, but some of the money might be recouped. Now, at some stage, around 2018, the municipality did not even have enough cash to fund some projects or even to pay the service providers who were on site. And therefore, even conditional grants were used to pay for those service providers. But as I have indicated, that by appointing a qualified CFO, a professional one, and a competent municipal manager, stability is now being restored in the municipality. And therefore, Honorable Chairperson, I will, for now, with your permission, request the municipal manager to respond to some of the issues that were raised by honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Can the municipal manager introduce himself and then deal with the matters?
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the member of the Portfolio Committee.
We are only seeing your nose. If you can go a bit up.
Okay.
Sit upright. There you go. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the member of the Portfolio Committee and all protocol observed. We just to reiterate on what the mayor has just said, the impact with the investment on the VPS did on the municipalities. If you look on the performance of the municipality has been affected, especially on the implementation of the project spending, because at some stage, some of the projects had to vacate on site due to inability of the municipality to pay them. And that has delayed the implementation of the project on site. Sorry for that. I've touched something here, just bear with me, Chairperson, refer to my notes. Okay, no, thanks, Chair. There was an issue which is raised. I think it was a question with regard to why the council write off the fruitless, irregular, and wasteful expenditure without MPEC investigation. Our response to the question is that all the UIFW were referred to MPEC by council for investigations. Hence, they were written off. So they did not abruptly write them off without an investigation. It was based on the report which an MPEC has presented to council. That's why the decision to write them off was taken. However, council was concerned when they see the recurrence of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure increasing after they've received the report from MPEC in July 2020. Then they decided to do full-blown forensic investigation which is underway now. I think in the next month, they will be done with the forensic investigations, those who we are appointed to do that. So the forensic investigation covered the past 3 years, the past 3 financial years in terms of the UIFs. So which we hope will be able to get the details of what has happened and also the corrective measures or the the consequence management should be able to be enforced based on the findings of the forensic investigations. And once more, assurance by management, because now with regard to the irregular expenditure, all were identified and disclosed in the annual financial statement, together with the one identified by AG as part of the completeness of the exercise. So the following internal controls are established to prevent the recurrence of the UIFs. Number one, the implementation of compliance checklist before any payment can be done is being implemented. We are conducting a due diligence on all tenders before the final award. We don't award any tender without a due diligence, which is done by an external chartered accountant, which is a company which is doing the due diligence on our behalf. Then we established electronic contract management system, and is monitored daily and weekly and also on monthly basis, so that we can keep track on the tenders which are expiring, on the status of each tender, so that we don't find ourselves at the wrong side of compliance in this regard. We want more, sorry, let me go to the next one. We also introduced a document management system that record all documents electronically, and we do the key reconciliations are performed on monthly basis and signed off by the CFO as part of the quality assurance. We introduce invoice register in a triplicate form, where the service provider keeps the record of the submission, one remaining with the user department, and one in finance for payment. This one is just to make sure that we process the payment within the prescribed period, so that we don't disadvantage the service provider in terms of the performance of the work on site. We also on the side of supply chain management policy, because it was one of the key issues or one of the findings that is not aligned with the regulations. Then we have done so. Now our supply chain management policy is aligned with the regulations. Then the appointment of bid committees are in line with the supply chain management regulations, which before also it was identified as one of the queries, which also affected the opinion of the municipality in this regard. There was also a question on the revenue enhancement, to say municipality does not have a revenue enhancement. On this one, we have got the responses, some responses to the question. Firstly, the revenue management strategy was developed and adopted by Council in September 2020. We are implementing it. Part of the implementation of the strategy is the handover of the debt collectors over 90 days for collection. And the municipality currently is collecting 2 million per month on the area debts. Thirdly, we enforce credit control and issuing of SMSs to defaulters. We are cleaning off valuation role to identify additional revenue, customer care through resolving of customer billing complaints, introduction of COVID-19 incentives as part of the stimulus package. We also, Council approved for the management to apply for an acquisition of electricity distribution, because our municipality is not an electricity provider despite having some proclaimed towns, but electricity purely is ESCOM within the whole area of the municipality. Then this one, the part of the applying for the distribution of license is just to also try to enhance the revenue of the municipality. In terms of the budget is approved at 60% anticipated revenue collection. However, the actual target is 70%. There was another question which said, how do we deal with a lack of financial discipline? Compliance culture has been introduced at the management level, and the system is able to identify non-compliance. And the transgressors are also identified, and the consequence management is being applied in this regard. Another question was with regard to why financial disciplinary board is not established. On this one, we agree, Chairperson, to say that we have not yet established the financial disciplinary board, but however, we are taking it as our responsibility to make sure that before the end of financial year, we have established the board as stated. The end of financial year, or the end of this financial year, sorry. Another question which was raised was with regard to impact reports. To say, in terms of the contents of the reports which were submitted to council, because we mentioned that the 2 reports were submitted to council and the 2 were outstanding. With regard to the 2 reports already submitted to council, it was on the oversight reports. Impact conducted an oversight report by the audit committee. And also, it was also on the performance report. They conducted an oversight report on the performance report. Then the 2 outstanding reports, the first one is on the UIFW and also on the first quarter report. Those are the reports which are still outstanding. MPEC is still working on them. But the reason why the 2 reports were not finished in time, so that they should have considered by council, is that they were unable to finalize the impact of COVID-19, as they were unable to meet physically. However, since we are already in level 1, the necessary arrangements were made to help MPEC to meet so that they can finalize the work, the outstanding work, which we hopefully or sooner they will be able to present the reports to council. I think those were the questions which were in relation to our municipality. I think there was another question with regard to I think it was an assurance with regard to audit, internal audit, but I will be advised if I got the question wrong. I think our response is that on that one of internal audit or of audit, it was that the quality assurance is conducted by internal audit on all the fundings raised by the AG before they are cleared. And further, they are submitted to the audit committee for an oversight and advice. Chairperson, I'm not sure if I've covered all the questions, but I think those are the questions which we jotted down when they were raised by the honorable members of the committee. But I also have the management team also that they're on visual, including the CFO, and in case there will be a follow-up questions which are based on the financial matters, I'll be able to request them to clarify. Thank you, Chairperson. I think that is the response from Fetakgomo-Greater Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, MM. From my side, before I allow the other colleagues to make follow-ups, I've got issues that I want to raise with yourselves. One will want to understand what prevented the municipality from spending its 50.2 million water infrastructure grants at the end of the 2018-19 financial year. What is it that prevented you to spend that huge amount knowing that communities need water almost every day. But then we are situated with a situation wherein you can't spend the money allocated to you. And then also going through the AG's report as well, in 2018-19, Fetakgomo-Tubatse municipality, you did not spend conditional grants for intended purposes in terms of the Division of Revenue Framework Act, which resulted in irregular expenditure. What measures are in place to prevent this from recurring? And what were the circumstances that made you to use the money that doesn't belong to you, that is meant for service delivery for your own purposes? We want clarity to that effect. The other issue that I feel I need to also raise, which is of critical importance. You'll remember during our oversight visits to yourselves in October 2019, members of the community, when we interacted with them, they raised the concern that community consultation, including ward committee meetings, were not taking place as legislated. We want to know the progress since our visit in October 2019. Does the status quo still stands? And then the other issue that I feel we also need to hear it from you. Yourselves as a municipality, you are facing material litigation cases amounting to over R1 billion. What are the prospects of yourselves winning these cases? And how have you arrived to such a situation wherein then you are then having R1 billion material litigations? How did it happen? How does it happen? And then we want to also understand whether you have sufficient cash reserves to cover for any potential losses that will come out of that 50.2 billion, over the billion rand litigation that you are facing. The last issue that I want to also have a clear understanding on your side, from your side, is for us to understand what consequence management has yourselves as a municipality pursued from your side in respect of the SIU findings on the irregularities pertaining to Project Mabone. Did the irregularities only implicate the one employee who resigned? What happened to also the value chain? Because it can't be one employee who resigned. What happened to the others who were the accomplices? Where are they? Who are they? What are they doing now in the municipality? And what steps have you taken against them? So those are the issues that I wanted to raise on your side, on my side. I wanted to check if there are members that have got follow-up questions. So far, I don't see any. It means then you'll have to respond to my questions, and I know based on your responses, the colleagues will be able to follow up. I see your mic is on already.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm trying to put on the video. Let me start with the, sorry. Can I go on?
Yes,
okay.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start with the last question to say that with regard to the consequence management as a result of the SIU report, I think what came out today is like that the project Mabone it was Section 32. It was not like done through a competitive bidding. It was taken from another municipality and being implemented here, and that is why here it has implicated the then accounting officer in this regard, because he's the one who actually authorized that, authorized that. So there was no bid committee members who were actually involved in the process, and there was no other officials who were involved in the process. Is the accounting officer who actually authorized to use the Section 32 in this regard. So that is why it was as it is. But there were some lot of recommendations which were done in the SIU report. Like, for example, when I was indicating here on some of the measures which we are implementing to prevent the UIFs, is that we do because one of the recommendation, there is the issues on contract management, which we are actually implementing, and issues to say that there is no due diligence. We just appoint the service providers without conducting due diligence, which is currently we are actually doing that. It was actually we took some of the recommendations which were recommended in the SIO report and put them into action. That is why we are trying by all means, and we don't anticipate any irregular in this financial year because we're actually trying to comply with the recommendations of the report. I will also request CFO to clarify some of the matters, but I think if you will just also let me touch on the issue of the material litigation of almost 1 billion. To say that we on the prospect of success, especially on the side of Project Mabone, we have got a high prospect of success. The reason being that I think the same service provider could not even quantify the work that he has done. You remember he brought about the 2 lawsuits, which the one is about 9 million, the other one is about 500 million. The one of 9 million, he says, he's done the work and then his invoices, he was not paid. Then when we got to court there, he cannot even quantify what he has actually done, what he has done, which the municipality has not paid him. And there was very serious findings in the SIU report which indicated that there is an overpayment which municipality did to the project, meaning that in some cases you might find that the work was not done covered as it is, but you find the payment was done. But he's unable to quantify the 9 million that is claiming against the municipality, and he's tried to explore other mechanisms to make sure that he get the success on this case, because initially he applied for default judgment, which we were able to come in with our attorneys to help us, so that the court now will be able to give us the fair hearing on this matter, which we are hopeful that we'll be able to win. Also, again, the one of 500 million, because he's saying that as a result of him not being paid by this municipality, he lost a job in other areas. They could not give him job, and then he's suing the municipality for the loss of income and all those things, which we are still definitely hopeful on the same matter, to say that we have got a strong case to defend. We don't see the success on the claims that it have been claimed. So on the claims of the plaintiff to the municipality. Yeah, with regard to community participation, Chairperson, we are complying with regard to the public participation. All the statutory meetings, they are actually taking place. It's just now the COVID had an impact in terms of normal consultations with regard to the ITP processes and budget, and also for the MPEG to play an oversight report on the annual report and the like. But we are trying also to circumvent the issues of the COVID. We do publicize on the local media, both print and electronic, to notify the members of the public with regard to the decisions taken by the municipality in that regard, either on the or with regard to the budget processes and the ITP processes. We do consult the community in that regard, despite the difficult situation that we are in, where the fiscal meeting are still not yet permitted to happen for the large number of people. On the issue of conditional grant, I think on this one I will leave for the CFO to be able to clarify, and also the issue of non-spending of the 52 million on water. I think I'm not sure, Chairperson, if you have done anything to say on water, because we are not actually water authority. The authority is the district in this regard. Let's look at what I'm leaving. Yeah, maybe just also to finally on the issue, what I forgot on the issue of Project Mogale, trying to recover some of the money, especially on the overpayment done by the municipality. We are being assisted here by the SIU to try to recover. I think it's about 76 million from the plaintiff, from the service provider of the money, which I think it has to be paid back to the municipality. We are being assisted in that regard. I think there are cases which is going on in this regard. Then CFO, Chairperson, if you allow me, I will request the CFO.
The issue of conditional grants, you are the accounting officer, MM. You won't relegate that responsibility to the CFO. Why did you then pay conditional grants not for their people, for their intended purposes?
No, thank you, Chairperson. Even though it's a successor in title in this regard, because it was before when I joined them, but when I look at the paper trail in this regard, is the period where the municipality had the challenge of
when did you join
cash flow with regard to sorry.
When did you join them?
Last August 2020, but with maybe August 2020. Let me just yes.
August 2020. You are an outsider coming from outside, or you were within the institution?
No, I was not within. I'm from outside.
And who was the acting MM upon the departure of the MM?
I think on that one I will be advised by the mayor, because I don't know.
But that person is still within the employ of the municipality, am I wrong?
I think so.
Okay.
Because some of the senior managers are still there.
That individual should be coming to the fore. But say it, although you were not there, what happened once you picked it up? What have you done?
Okay. No,
and what are you doing to prevent that from happening in future? Now that you know it has been happening.
Okay. Yeah, the rationale behind for the conditional grant not to be spent for intended purpose. It was after the impact of VBS investment, because almost the money which was taken to VBS, it was for the conditional grant. So they had the challenge with regard to the operations of the municipalities, and they had to shift the money around that is available, and inclusive of taking care of the operational processes in that regard, because some of the conditional grants were taken to VPS. For example, the 80 million of INEP of electrification was part of the 230 million which went to VPS grant. I think it was just from the side of municipality trying to somerset in terms of how they can keep the municipality afloat amidst of the challenges with regard to the investment which they made in the VPS. But Chairperson, I don't think for now it will recur, because I think we are becoming stable financially, actually. So which now the conditional grants they are being reserved or spent for the intended purposes. The operational budget is aside from that. We make sure that we handle the matters properly. We don't allow the issues to recur again. I think by the time it has happened, I think my colleagues will still come and clarify the matter. But when I look at that period, because 1819, that's where from 1819, 1920, 17, 18, 18, 19, after the investment was done into VPS, even the performance of the municipality was hugely affected. It was, the VPS has a very catastrophic impact into the whole operation of the municipalities. And in fact, 1819, the municipality, I think it was at a trauma as a result of that investment, because I think they didn't have money at all, even to pay the operational issues. So that was the challenge. I'm not sure if they were able to cope with the payment of salaries, but I doubt. I think because of the challenge of that VPS, it affected the operational issues of the municipality usually so. I'm not sure, Chairperson, if I've covered the matter as you expected, but I think I've tried my level best.
You didn't respond on the issue of the 50.2 million water infrastructure grant.
Oh yeah, on that one,
What prevented you from spending it? Whereas poor communities are suffering, they don't have water as we speak.
Yeah. But yeah, my assumption, Chairperson, the finding in the 52 million non-spent, I will be advised my colleague as well. It might have been misplaced to our municipality, because as I've mentioned that we are not the water service authority. Therefore, we can't spend anything on water issues because we are not authority. And I don't think we can even receive a grant for water issues while the service authority is there being the district municipality. But as I'm saying,
it's what you are thinking.
Yeah, it's what I'm thinking.
In the audit report, are you disputing that then? Because no, it's not about
with the reservations. Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, with the reservation, Chairperson. With the reservation,
yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah, you couldn't be doing that. We'll ask the AG to clarify if that is the case. I hope they are here. If they're not here, we'll have to clarify that one if that's what you are saying. But I think you could have verified that. What if you are not given a water service provider status, so that money could have been directly diverted to you?
No.
So the AG will have, under the circumstances, the AG will have to clarify that. While you are there, before you leave and give and the CFO will have to come to these matters.
Yeah. Okay.
On this, you heard your mayor on his introductory. There's noise behind you. There's noise behind you. What is it? Is it radio or what? TV? What's happening?
No, it's not. It's not on my side. It's quite on my side. Maybe it's someone else.
Are you sure?
Yeah, well, I'm very sure, Chairperson.
I'll check who's that person. I'll find.
It should be someone. Yeah.
You hear your mayor on your preamble.
Yes.
He made mention of the 250 million that was lost through VPS.
Yes.
Definitely this money was, he also mentioned the part of the money was for the electrification projects.
Yes.
And then a municipality budgeted to cover for those because there were areas that were earmarked to receive electricity, as the mayor has said. And the other money was meant for other services, other projects meant for the communities. What is the status of those projects that were supposed to have been implemented using this 250 million? And what have you done as an accounting officer to remedy the situation? Because communities are expecting those whether it's infrastructure, it's road, it's whatever you deliver in terms of your mandates. Those projects, the community are still awaiting them. What is the status? Or are those projects abandoned because the money has gone with VBS? Are you aware? Are you able to share with us the projects, their names, and what is their status?
Apology, Chairperson. I'm the CFO. The has just lost the connection. He called me right now. He said he's going to reconnect. Yeah, but I can be able to take some of the questions which you have raised on the platform.
Yes.
If you may. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me. Yeah, now you can see me, Chairperson. I think I can appear on the other side of the screen. Let me be off for the purpose of network stability here. Let me start with the issue of the water service infrastructure. I just want to share with the committee that there was a typo error in the financial statement. What happened is that we have received the money through the grant which we call the disaster mining town grant. That money was transferred after the year end of the Department of Human Settlement. Its intended purpose was to assist municipality to establish the newly...
CFO, can we establish whether it's the same amount that we have referred to,
yes,
50.2 million?
Yes, I'm referring to the same amount on the disaster mining grant. We have since corrected that in the current financial statement. It was transferred to us through the National Department of Human Settlement under their entity. I think it's called, I'll remember the name of the entity.
So it's not the SG, before you do that, it's not the SG's issue that I said they must clarify. The SG picked what was written by your good self on the annual financial statements, which you say it was a typo, it's a typing error by a name and a grant, which I found it very much interesting, but it's okay.
Yes.
Proceed.
Yes, what happened is the department has contracted a consultant to do the designs on behalf of municipality, and they've transferred the funds for municipality to appoint the contractor. We have since committed the funds. The project is ongoing. It's going to be completed at the end of this financial year as I speak to this committee right now. Maybe perhaps let me also share with the committee as to what is it that we've done insofar as stabilizing our financial environment. The municipality has inherited some of the long outstanding creditors since 2017, 18, 19 as a result of the catastrophic effect which the VBS SALGA brought about to our institution. So before we could do the new budget, which we are implementing in this financial year, we had to do a balance sheet restructuring and make sure that we do budget for all those long outstanding creditors. We are happy to inform the committee that the municipality right now, after we have done the restructuring, we have settled all the outstanding creditors which were owing. So we are no longer having companies that were owing for more than 90 days or even more than 1 year. Because at the time, a council has made a commitment to enter into a financial arrangement with the creditors. So we have settled that. Number two, what we've also done to stabilize our balance sheet, we had a DBSA loan which was going to mature in 2024 in September through a council resolution. During our special budget adjustment, we got authorization to do what we call an early settlement. Therefore, what it means from the liability side of our books, we have managed to clean up so that we can free most of our cash flow into the current arrangements in terms of the service delivery implementation. Moving forward, you've asked the question about what happened to the 243. There was 80 million which was included in there as part of the INEP. That was also part of restructuring our budget. Before we could reallocate the budget into new program, we went back and looked at the program for Project Mabone and reallocated the budget. In this current financial year, during the budget adjustment, we've just added additional 7 million. We'll be spending plus minus 28 million. We're only left with 24 million to conclude the debt that we have on the Project Mabone under INEP. So in our draft budget, which is going to be considered by an executive committee next week, we've included that 24 million, meaning that come the beginning of new financial year, we'll be implementing the last tranche of Project Mabona out of our own funding. Therefore, it means we're no longer going to be owing anything to the Department of Energy. So we tried our level best to ensure that we claw back as little resources as we can. As we move right along, Chairperson, allow me to indicate that in terms of the reserves, we have worked hard as an institution to date. I can confirm with you, as per the mid-year report issued by Provincial Treasury, we are one of the few municipalities that is sitting with a cash coverage of 3.6, meaning we've got about 3 months of available cash, which is not committed, and we're anticipating to close the financial year with a reserve of about 170 million rand in our books. And that is boosted by the fact that we're robustly implementing our revenue enhancement strategy. We're extracting value for money out of our debt book. We're getting a lot of money, whereas on the operational expenditure side, we are implementing what we call the cost efficiency. When we are appointing service provider, we ensure that we do not pay the price which is above the market. We are negotiating our contracts. We're making sure that we pay the best price as the price maker, not as a price taker. Lastly, I want to also assure the committee that in terms of the conditional grants going forward, what is it that we do to ameliorate the situation wherein we can use the same grant again for other operational activities which are non-compliant to our grant condition. We have ring-fenced our conditional grants. We do have a special account where in each and every grant which we receive from the National Treasury or any other a transferring department to us, we put it aside. We do not put it in the pool of our own revenue. We release it as and when we meet the grant recognition criteria on the project implementation. So there are clear measures in that. Further than that, we have also created a new account. We call it the retention account. That retention account is not the paper money. It's not the money on the paper. It's a cash-backed account. Each and every now and then, when we are paying the service providers who are implementing project on our behalf, we deduct the retention, and that retention we put it aside as part of the cash-backed retention. So to date, we are sitting considerably with a good amount of resources. We are quite cash-backed. We are quite certain that things have stabilized, and over and above that, we're hoping that before the end of May, there are two biggest clients that are owing us. They've promised to pay because they're mining. They've been sitting with around 40 million in our debt book. So we have done a proper cleansing on our bill. The money will come through. The other one, they've just paid us last week within 7 days after we have met them. So when it comes to issues of cash, we do not believe we're going to have a problem because our cash coverage is quite good. Our liquidity ratio is sitting at 3.6%, and we keep on, in fact, it's above the national norm or the national average in the country. I think this is what I needed to indicate insofar as some of the processes which we have run as the municipality going forward to ensure that indeed we are operating in a financially sustainable environment and we can deliver services better. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure as to whether I've tried to answer most of the questions which you have raised on the floor. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, CFO.
Sorry, Chairperson. Yeah, just to apologize, I was off by network, but I managed to reconnect.
Your apology was accepted.
Yeah. Thank you.
The CFO has done that on your behalf. I see Honorable Direko wants to make a follow-up. Who else from you colleagues wants to make a follow-up? Is it only you, Honorable Direko? Honorable Direko, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is on the issue of the NPAC. When the municipality respond on the funds that they have written off, they said that they have taken that matter to NPAC
And after the investigation and recommendations of the MPEC were sent back to council, and then council took a decision to write off that money. I would like to check with the municipality, what were the recommendations of MPEC on this money when that influenced the council to write off? And was there no any other option except writing off that money? And then secondly, Chair, the AG said the municipality lacks financial discipline. And when the was responding, he said currently they do have financial discipline measures in place at the municipality. I would like to check with the municipality if they do have that financial discipline measures in place. Do they have any employees which were charged, dismissed, or suspended due to failure of exercising the financial discipline? And then lastly, Chair, I would like to check with the municipality if they still have that position of deputy CFO, because the last time when we met with them, we raised a concern about that position. So I would like to know if they still have that position in place. And the other one is that it's just a comment. When one takes a job offer to become an accounting officer, it means the person must the person must understand the institution that he or she is going to work in. And it's just surprising that when we ask about the issue of 52 million, that was written by Auditor General in the audit report of this municipality, the was found wanting on that matter. Then you ask yourself that how does the accounting officer operate when he's not familiar with the issues that are happening in the institution that he's in? Because that audit report is just for 2018-19. So we are expecting him as the accounting officer to understand the contents of at least 3 to 4 consecutive audit report that comes from the Auditor General, so that he can understand the craft and the challenges of the municipality. Thank you, Chairperson.
The issue that you are raising, Honorable Director, also, it then also borders around whether this municipality has developed a post-audit action plan. Because if it was done, the will be best placed, and that brief could have come to him. And I will be concerned as an accounting officer. Our understanding is also that he acquainted himself with this AG report, because for the year now and that is being audited, he will have to take full responsibility. And then definitely as an accounting officer, he ought to have understood that if previous audit matters are not attended to, they have a potential of also having an impact on the audit outcome of the municipality. So those are that is the follow-up question as raised by Honorable Director. Can we allow you, Team Tubatse Fetakgomo, to respond to the issues as raised?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure if I'm audible. With regard to the financial discipline, any measures taken, we have got the one official where I think it's about 30,000. It was lost, and then we recovered that money from her. But now she's undergoing through disciplinary processes in that regard. I think that's actually one person who we subjected to the processes, and he was found in this regard. And then another issue with regard to the MPEC recommendations to cancel, to write off. I think on those one is just I'm just unable to retrieve the council resolution in that regard, so that I can just see the recommendation from the MPEC But I think if the chairperson, if the meeting would allow, I can just request maybe to come later with regard to that, maybe before we step off on our issues, maybe I will have got it so that I can be able to clarify the committee what were the recommendation of the MPEC in that regard. Then with regard to the position of the deputy CFO, I think this financially we no longer have that position in the organogram. I don't know what informed for the removal, but this financial year there is no deputy CFO position. Another issue is with regard to the post-audit action plan. Yes, Chairperson, we developed a post-audit action plan, but I think the issue of 52 million with regard to water issues, we understood that with regard to the authority in that regard, because we were not a relevant authority to take an action in that regard, we did not put it as part of our audit action plan. Basically, on the basis that there is a water authority, which is our district municipality, in this regard. Then, with regard to, I think I would also, in addition, to request the CFO if there is other matters which I did not represent properly here, or which I've omitted, which they've asked, and then I think CFO can help me in that regard. CFO, if you allow, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, through you, Chairperson. If I'm allowed to come on the podium. Thank you. The issue of post-action plan, as has already alluded to, it has been developed in line with the section 131 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, and all the issues which were raised by the Auditor General in the past were allocated in the action plan, and the clear activities and actions were developed, and over and above that, they were shared with our oversight departments such as Cogta, Provincial Treasury, including our support organized local body, which is SALGA. And as part of ensuring that there is a credibility on the implementation of the action plan, all the issues which management claimed to have been resolved, they were subjected to internal audit for review, and only once the internal audit has cleared them, therefore they were taken off as part of the items which were resolved, and subsequently we're reporting about them to audit committee. And on the political side, our MMC responsible for finance or budget and treasury office was playing a key critical role on the political oversight on the implementation of the previously raised issues by the AG. So we're hoping that as they move forward with their audit, indeed they'll be able to confirm as to whether indeed we have cleared that, but that is outside our control. It's up to them as a statutory body which is auditing us. Indeed, the office of the is playing a key critical role in playing a strategic administrative oversight. The is the chairperson of our weekly audit steering committee, where he's not available, therefore he delegates the CFO to steer the issues of the audit so that we can be able to track, a progress insofar as AG-related matters is concerned. But over and above that, we have also included an internal audit issues, because if we focus only on the external audit findings, we might be found wanting if we do not focus on the internal audit findings. So we club them together so that when we go to audit committee, we can give them a comprehensive solution as to how we have developed a comprehensive preventative and detective controls in our environment, so that we can be able to improve our financial environment and the internal control. And that is anchored around the issue of the strict monitoring and supervision at the level of the senior management. Thank you very much. I think on the issues of, that was the only thing on the issues of post-audit action plan, which I've managed to pick up from the honorable member. Over to you, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Emma.
Thank you, CFO. Before the others come, I've got fewer follow-up issues based on your responses. You know, from 2016-17 up to 2018-19, you have been receiving my apology, qualified audit opinion with findings. And then the AG's concern was that your audit opinion was a repeat qualification. In essence, you failed to address the issues that the AG has raised in the previous financial year. They recur for 3 years. And what is also very much disturbing is the overutilization of consultants for financial reporting. MM and CFO, you must tell us what is the capacity of your finance department in terms of skills. Yes, for 2016-17, we could have understood that you have used this consultant to assist you with the resolving the major take-on balances. And for that financial year 2016-17, you spent over 15 million to consultants. And then the reason for the appointment of the consultants was the lack of skills. 2017-18, again, you spent over 10 million. Same thing, it's financial and IT related consulting. You cite similar reasons. 2018-19, you spent another over 10 million. Same issues, financial and IT related consulting. And then the reasons the same from the 2017 financial year, lack of skills. What are you doing to address this lack of skills? Don't you think we can as well shut down the finance department? Then there's no warm body, because it seems as if you are relying a lot on the utilization of consultants. The other issue that I want to talk to is your supply chain management irregular expenditure. You know that at the end of 2018-19, you had a closing balance of over 148 million. And then the previous financial year, you closed at 146 million. And then the issue around all your irregular expenditure is around irregular appointment of service providers and continuous payment on contracts that were declared irregular in the prior year. So if you are to tell me that you've got audit action plan, but this has happened, you still pay contracts that were irregular in the prior years, and you don't even rectify that. And then the issue that I'm raising here is that you can see that then there's laxity when it comes to the issue of dealing with this irregular expenditure. And then can you talk to us with regard to the MIG tender number LP 2055CL 1419 of 1419 that amounted to 4.9 million? You know, there were issues around that. How have you resolved those issues as raised by the AG? The issue with regard to tender number TO61819 of 19, where you were paying over 477,000 per month for a period of 3 years. There are issues that the AG raised there. What steps have you taken to rectify that matter? It's a lot of them, you know, those tenders that were tender irregularity that you had to deal with. We want to understand what the steps have you taken to rectify that. And then you are known for not attending to prior year's audit findings. Can we understand what also makes you not to do what the AG said you must do? Because it's evident and clear that your audit opinion is a repeat qualification because you continue. But we are told that there's an audit action plan that are prepared. Are you doing that just for malicious compliance? What assurance can you give that us as MM was boldly saying that there's an audit action plan, that the current one is being implemented and we can expect a different result if over the past 3 years you have continued to repeat the same mistakes that the AG said? These things are wrong, but you continue doing that. So those are the issues that I wanted you to also attend to them as you respond. Do I see other colleagues who want to follow up? Seems. Paladric, can you mute your microphone? I don't know what is Paladric as well. It doesn't seem that there's anyone who wants to follow up. Can I hand over to you, CFO MM, and I would like the mayor to also comment on these issues? Because basically what is happening here from our point of view, it's when also there's lack of oversight. Because it can't be that same matters that the AG raised in 2016-17 recurred 2017-18 and 2018-19. Where was council in the midst of all this? May I can ask you, were you exercising your overall responsibility as prescribed by the MFMA under the circumstances? So those are the issues one wants to get clarity from your part. Over to you, CFO, then the MM will follow and it will be the mayor in that order.
Sorry, Chair. On the platform, I had my hand up, Chairperson.
I've been scrolling. Maybe it came now while I was speaking. Sure, proceed.
I'm using
Honorable Cap.
It's taking
Sure.
too long. Okay, thanks, Chair. I just want to check with the mayor and the leadership of the municipality. There is an issue that suggests that the municipality is owing an invoice of 9.7 million that remain unpaid for 3 years on professional services rendered by Mpapuli Consulting. If they can also share with the committee what is the issue here and why is this invoice not paid and what could be the reasons? Because my understanding is that it has been dragging for far too long and is in court. So therefore now, I'm very worried if this amount is too high like this, Chairperson, and I think this matter is going to court on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. So the question is, should the municipality lose this case on Wednesday next week, is MM willing to take responsibility or what could happen? Thank you, Chair. Sorry for the delay.
Okay. Yes, CFO.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with the issue of capacity within the Budget and Treasury Office. Yes, indeed, we must accept that we are the newly formed municipality. We are the new baby who was born after the election in 2016 August, after the merger of the two municipalities. Through our diagnosis, we found that even though we do have human bodies in Budget and Treasury, they are mostly, having an experience on the issues of running the operation side. However, most of the time, AG would require the skill set on the issues of the technical graph implementation and interpretation thereof. So that is where we are lagging. So what we did last year in and around April, we have restructured the budget and treasury organogram, wherein we have created a new position called Manager Financial Reporting. That division is solely responsible for the reporting on AG and related matters, including the preparation of technical financial statements, so that we can be able to submit the quality financial statement to the Office of the Auditor General. However, as we have started, we had some of the challenges because we couldn't just start by filling up the positions at that level. We had to first normalize our financial environment before we can commit further on the home body. So what we are going to do as part of organizational review this year, we are going to add about 2 officials who are technically qualified on the subject matter, so that over a period of time, we can reduce the reliance on the consultant. But safe to say, there are certain consultants that continuously AG will report us on because they are inherent in nature. We can't avoid them. Like your preparation of asset register, it is quite difficult to have engineers, town planners, valuers, and all those in one environment for purpose of preparing asset register. So that will be, the focus area. But as we move right along, we will make sure that we capacitate that unit properly. The other issue on the issue of irregular expenditure, which has occurred over a period of time, what we did last financial year before the end of the year, we sat back and did a diagnosis report and checked the root cause. We did what you call a root cause analysis as to what is it that is causing us to be stagnant and repeating the same issues. And AG has raised the finding to us and say, even though I identify irregular expenditure, that does not mean all the population which has not been included in the sampling might not be regarded as irregular. Therefore, you'd rather go back and do a full review. So from 1st July 2017, as a cutoff, we went back and did a review of each and every contract which municipality has awarded. We have matched the results against the requirement of the regulation, the requirement of the legislation, such as the Provincial Policy Framework Act of 2017, insofar as compliance is concerned. And where we found that we did not comply, we have voluntarily disclosed those items in the irregular expenditure register. But for us to move in the right direction, we said we have to have a preventative control going forward so that we do not make the same mistake. But safe to say, Chairperson, you have indicated that there are certain service providers that were still paying right now. We are still having a legal contract because those were multi-year contracts. As the time moves, we will start to eliminate those contracts one by one. So we can confirm with the committee that we are trying our level best, to reduce a level of high impact on our irregular expenditure in terms of creation of new irregular expenditure due to the lapse of the internal control. So that hence we have put preventative measures. Then what we did, we made sure that we create an electronic contract register, wherein we record each and every contract that we have. We match it against the SLA, and we match it against the latest actual payments so that we do not overpay, because sometimes we're going beyond the approved contract without council approving the variation or accounting office. And those we have declared upfront to our executive committee and council as such as part of the remedial action, so that we don't implement the same, we don't do the same mistake as we move in a right direction. The MMS indicated that we do have a comprehensive checklist which has got all the indicators of irregular expenditure, and we have tallied them across the 3 units, which is supply chain, contract and compliance, including expenditure. Therefore, we believe those robust defensive mechanisms is not easy for payment to go through without each and every those units in the Department of Budget and Treasury without detecting or preventing them. And we can assure you that that is working. But over and above that, remember, as finance, we are working with other role players. We have inculcated the culture of compliance across the municipality so that they can appreciate the work that we're doing and the challenge that we're facing in us reducing the irregular expenditure, including fruitless and unauthorized over a period of time. The biggest issue which AG has experienced, it was supporting documents to support the appropriate transactions which took place at a particular given period in time. So what we then did, we have came up with a clear financial record system wherein we make sure that each and every voucher which is being paid, it is electronically stored, is safe, and is properly reviewed. Because one of the challenges that AG had with us in the municipality, it was a turnaround time for submission of information. In fact, we have done the analysis for the audit ended 30 June 2019. It used to take an average of 15 days before information can be submitted, or even none was submitted. We have managed to reduce that to a period of less than 6 days, even though the requirement says 3. So because we are cleaning the system as we move right along. And as we do that, we subject our process to an independent assurance through our internal audit so that they can validate that which we are saying we are putting in place as a budget and treasury office in supporting the office of the MM and advising other senior managers as to how they need to execute their day-to-day work on the financial operation of the municipality. Secondly, we had a huge challenge on the issues of land not being accounted for in our asset register, and that is one of the significant findings which AG identified. So we made sure that included in the scope for the company that is assisting with the asset register, we gave them an allowance to buy a deeds dump at the Department of at the deeds registry, so that they can be able to monitor the in and out, the movement of assets between municipality and other stakeholders. What we did, what we call a timing analysis. What do I mean when I say timing analysis? We allow our process wherein we buy the deeds dump in July so that we can be able to have a proper cutoff and check which land were donated into us by other departments, or which one we have donated to the other department for social amenities, or which one we have sold in an open market. So we do that proper reconciliation and we match it back against our valuation role, which we have. And I think by so doing, we try to cover some of the things, because I must indicate that even the municipality last had the valuer in 2018. We only reinstated the valuer in around May, June 2020. And you can see the catastrophic impact of that, meaning that municipality couldn't even do the supplementary valuation over a period of time, whereas our municipality is one of the fastest growing municipality in the province. So therefore, you'll be having some of the challenge. And that is what AG has picked it up. As I will to move towards the end on the issues of AG, the irregular expenditure is got a domino effect. If you don't know how to account for your contracts properly because they had an element of irregular expenditure, it might affect your commitment. And if you don't have a proper contract register, therefore the commitment will be also the qualification, which is part of what we have resolved. So we have done what we call a strategic compliance analysis between the 3 lines. We match the irregular expenditure register and check as to whether those contracts, are they in the contract register? And then if they are in the contract register, are they operational or capital? Then we transfer them to our commitment register for the purpose of Auditor General to have a proper audit. Then as we move right along with the preventative control, the CFO and the municipal manager on a weekly, on a daily and a monthly basis, they play an executive financial oversight on a day-to-day operation. We have developed a proper delegation of authority on the financial side, where in the MM sign certain transaction, the CFO signs certain transactions, so that there could be an accountability. And where there are deviations are necessarily approved by the accounting officer in line with the section 36 of the MFMA, or if there are variations, we follow the prescribed circular 62 issued by National Treasury. If the powers are beyond the MM, we therefore take the matter towards our ESCO to cancel for appropriate approval, so that we synergize the process. Lastly, all the variations which happen in the organizations, there is no single department that has got power to do variations without going through Portfolio Committee on Finance. We did that so that we can standardize and see where are the loopholes. Each and every department that want to do the variations, because it's got impact on the contract, it goes through finance, then finance will do an analysis, advise MM, then we'll take it to ESCO. From ESCO, it goes to Portfolio Committee on Finance for oversight before council can take an appropriate decision, whether they support or they do not support that particular variation. So these are the merit of the solutions that we have tried to put in place. However, I must indicate that at the time when we came in, the institution already had about 4 acting CFOs in between, and you can see the impact, and about 3 acting MM. So to clean up some of those challenges within a short space of time, it will be a pipe dream. But as we are speaking to you, we can confirm that the committee that through the leadership of our mayor, we have managed to resolve most of the problems in the institution. We can put ourselves at 90%. The MM, the CFO, they work together in ensuring that we build a culture of compliance, especially on the MFMA level, and the mayor is giving us support, and the MMC responsible for finance is giving the CFO the requisite support. Where there are challenges, we get a political guidance so that we can get the municipality into a grid. And lastly, Chairperson, that is evident by the past 6 months trend analysis and even the forecast which we have done as our own analysis in the institution, that over a period of time we'll have a changes. Hence, you are seeing that we have reported about 652 million rand of irregular expenditure. And then we've given ourselves a 3-year period to make sure that that is part of the zero reporting, so that we are in line with the provincial directive that says we must reduce our irregular expenditure as an institution. I think there were other issues which were raised on individual payments, Chairperson. Unfortunately, I don't have the listing here. If you may list the name of the company, I might be able to give an appropriate answer, or otherwise we can do that in writing. I will therefore hand over to the accounting officer to address issues. I deliberately did not want to entertain the issue of Project Mabone, because that is in the office of the MM. It's a special project that is handling on a day-to-day basis to ensure that he deals with it. Over to you, MM.
Thank you, CFO, and thank you, Chairperson. Just on the issue of 9 million unpaid invoice. Yeah, we are going to court on the 24th on this matter. But it's not the first time we go on the matter, because as initially the same guy, he applied for default judgment. But we fought for that. We were able to be given a chance to can state our part. But what the 9 million invoice is neither here nor there, because the same gentleman, he cannot even prove the work that he has done for him to get this 9 million. And you remember, this project has been a thorn for us, because it's the same person who went to court, applied for default judgment, and grabbed 45 million from the account of the municipality. By that time, I was not here, but when I see the records, it's the same company, which now, upon the investigation by the SIU, they proved that some of the payments which were done were not supposed to, because it's for the work which was not done. And that's why they are pursuing the lawsuit against him so that we can get the almost 76 million back into the municipal coffer, because we owe him nothing. We don't owe anything. He can't justify what he has done in this regard, but he just wanted to make money out of the municipality. That is all. I think that's what I can say. I can't preempt the court processes, but I think we have got a very clear defense on the matter, because we don't find he can't produce anything that he has done that warrant him to be paid the 9 million. Then just also the other issue, I think an oversight from the political side, it has been strong throughout the processes. But what I've observed on my arrival here, I think our political leadership has been frustrated as some extent for having an instability at the senior management level, especially on the MM and the CFO position, because those were positions where people were acting for some period of time, where you find that when I arrived in the office, you find that there were some resolutions which were taken by council, but we had a challenge, these people acting on 3 months intervals and all those things, which I think it was becoming a challenge. And also, you remember when the institution is highly unstable, it was very difficult, I think, for those who were occupied those positions in terms of making the decisions due to the uncertainty, because the language, so everybody felt the word is not secure in the job due to the historical background of what was happening in the municipalities. But I think for now, with the support that we are getting from them and also the support we are providing from them, we'll be able to address some of the challenges which the municipality is facing. Some of them, they are historical. They've been there for some times, and some they wanted a very serious attention, which I think it might have been a challenge by that time, that they were not taken head on. But I think as the mayor will come and speak, I might not necessarily speak for him. Chairperson, maybe I can just pause from here. I think CFO has clarified some of the financial related question. Maybe I think the one which has just put clearly is on the one of the unpaid invoices with regard to the 9 million of Funom Papu, which is neither here nor there. Thank you, Chairperson.
The issue that I didn't hear you coming clean on is that of the monies that the grant money that you use for other matters. I'm interested to know what did you use that grant money for, and then what happened to the projects that you were supposed to have implemented with that grant money. What is the status? And then you have not yet even responded to my issue again on the status of the project that was supposed to have been funded, because I would have loved you to mention them and tell us what is their status. I didn't hear that coming clean from your side before you hand over to the mayor.
Chair, you saw my hand as well.
Honorable Mukalip, you can follow up.
Yes, Chair. I appreciate the response, but I just want to know if I don't know if it's MM or is the CFO who was responding on Mpapuli Consulting Pty Ltd. I don't know if he is in a position of the SIU report, because I have in my position, and I just share with you, Chair, on the group, of what is the reporting or what is telling us here is the contradictory of what is on the SIU report, Chairperson. I don't know, it's a very long, I just took from one page, I think it's page 20 of the SIU report. It does not speak as he is putting it here. It's saying a different thing.
You've heard what are the concerns of the honorable member as well? Can you deal with those issues before the mayor comes to the fore?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I'm just trying to look at the SIU report, but I think on the matter of 9 million by Lefuno Mpapulu is the one which I've responded to say, according to our records, we don't owe him because we should be owing him for the particular work that he has done, which I think that is what he's trying to grapple to prove in terms of the work that he has done. I think the SIU report in the main, the SIU report, I'm not sure what the honorable member, but the SIU report, what emerged strongly in that SIU report is an operation Mabon. Most fundings were basically on the operation Mabon, and to say that project was irregular at all. They declared it irregular, and they put some certain figures of money which should be recovered from the same service provider. Then the issue of us owing him for 9 million, I think it has not been emerged in that report, even though the same person has been parading it to say we don't want to pay him 9 million, which we are owing him, while the SIU report say contradict that, to say this man is owing us, and SIU that pursuing the litigation against him to recover the money which he has taken from the municipality. That is the case. Chairperson, with regard to the issue of the grant being used for unintended purpose, in the main, by that time, the grant it was used for operational purposes, as we've mentioned that a municipality did not have money. The money was taken to VPS when the grant came in, and then they have catered for operational purposes, which in fact it was not supposed to happen that way because it's illegal to use a grant for that purpose. But I think by that time, when you look at the track record, they might say, or they had no option to, they had to keep the municipality running because all the money went to VPS. They've got nothing to, can even cater some of the key operational issues which they can't move without them. That was the actual reason. I'm not sure if maybe you will be in need of the details of that the operational issues. Maybe I think in the back CFO can just quickly look at the reports if he has of the same year to cover what kind of those issues which were used for. Maybe we can come back with regard to that, the Honorable Chairperson. Then with regard to the projects which were affected, some of the projects, because the money was taken, service provider had to vacate the site, like the kind of like Mutori Sports Complex, which I think now they are almost at 95% completion, because after municipality tried to recover financially, then they came back on site because the municipality was able to pay their dues. Then they were able to move with their machinery on site. There are a number of them which I think they went back into the implementation after municipality sorted its finances. Then some of those projects, and then the municipality did apply for the rollovers because we were affected, were incomplete in the last financial year. But some of them currently now, they are under implementation. We have none of them which were affected by that time, which they are not under implementation now. So now the projects are on various stages of completion, even though some not yet 100%, which we are hopeful that by end of this financial year, some of those projects will be completed. With regard to, let me check the amount which, CFO, can you come on the amount, the items which were catered for operational purposes? If you are still there.
No, thank you. No, thank you very much, MM, and through you, Honorable Chair. Before we get to the operational expenditure which were incurred we must also, because the chairperson also asked about whether we have made funds available for those projects which were affected over and above the two which MMS alluded to right now. We had the Stegral Community Hall, it was affected. We have budgeted for that. We had Motswaledi, we had the Makua library, we had the practice year library. Makua and the practice year library, we have since re-budgeted for those projects right now. I think over the multi-year MTREF medium-term revenue expenditure framework, we've put around 11 million each for those projects to be completed. For those ones which were on the side of Fetakgomo, already some of the service providers were paid, and the technical department is reviewing some of the certificates. We are also disputing some of the interest which were charged by some of the service providers, like from the India side. So we have clearly managed to do a cover gap on what we have lost on the ground in terms of the grant availability at the time. So we can assure the committee that those are the things of the past for now as we move. And of course, every institution when it struggled, at the time it was deemed fit for municipality not to tap into an overdraft, however, to tap into some of these grants to meet their short-term obligations, such as third-party payments. But we have since corrected that, as I have alluded to. You see, issues of paying with third parties, such as your pensions, portion of the salaries here and there, and that has severely compromised service delivery at the time. However, through the leadership of the mayor, supported by the MEC, finance, and the entrench of the ESCO members, we've managed to find a solution as an administration led by the MM moving forward to solve some of those previous parts. So our budget for this draft budget is addressing some of those last anomalies so that this council cannot hand over problems to the new council. So that's what we also needed to indicate. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, can I come on the issue of the page 20, which the honourable member has quoted?
You must stop interjecting and raise your hand through the platform. I've been observing you doing that. Now,
in fact, I don't know how to press to raise a hand. I will just try to practice that after this session, Chairperson. There is a paragraph in the SIU report, and if you allow me, Chairperson, let me just read. I think it's just the one bullet there, which says, I'm quoting, Mpapuli was paid an approximate amount of 254 million based on claims submitted, which were overstated. Now, I just want to indicate, there were other part which talks about other things, but I think, as I've indicated already, the SIU made a very serious findings against the same project or project Marvel or municipality was actually milled on that project. Yeah. No, thanks, Chairperson.
There are issues that we have raised around the lack of oversight. Can the mayor come in?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. The municipality currently has stable council operation, has an executive committee that is doing their business on a monthly basis. The portfolio committees are doing their work. But as I have indicated at the beginning, that after the VBS saga, there was an extreme instability in the political structures of the municipality, including council, executive committee, and so on. For reasons that, one, the mayor was requested to step down, and the speaker became the acting mayor. And it took many months of the municipality running without the speaker. Council meetings were convened through members of council writing letters to the chief whip to request a meeting. Now, when eventually council appointed the mayor in 2019 August, there were outstanding issues of council starting from October 2018, where council could not have a normal ordinary council meeting. All meetings that were held were special meetings, and it was very difficult also on the part of administration. A pile of reports that were considered in the first meeting in August were not completed in a day, but in 2 days, starting meetings at 9 o'clock to 7 o'clock p.m. That instability had a negative impact on the oversight role of council as well as the executive committee. But as I have said, that even the VBS saga money, which was invested, had also a negative impact over the service providers that were contracted to the municipality. It took about sometimes 6 months before they were paid, although an official arrangement was made to them to say, yes, we are a municipality that is in trouble. We do not have enough money, but once our coffers recover, we will pay you. Fortunately, some of the service providers did understand, and the life continued. So, as I am speaking now, we are trying all our best to resuscitate the institution politically as well as administratively. Since August 2019, we managed to stabilize council, we managed to stabilize executive committee and so on. An oversight role is being done at all levels of council. And hence, we managed to appoint a CFO in April 2020 and managed to appoint a municipal manager in August 2020. we can concede that yes, we did have a huge problem of instability, but currently we are quite confident that now that the stability is being restored at all levels of political structures and administrative reorganization. By the end of the financial year, we hope and have confidence that even the Auditor General's report will indicate an improvement of the systems, control systems of the municipality. Now, Chairperson, thanks very much. I know you, in your opening address, said you want us to be open and honest so that we come to the cause root, the cause roots of the problems that we have. That's exactly what we are trying and to give to this honorable committee. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mayor. We understand that your priority has been to stabilize council. Maybe when we reconvene again for the sake of time now, we would like now to understand your political oversight. You have stabilized council, but issues that the AG has been raising, it's about a political oversight over the administration. That's the matter that's very outstanding that you need to seriously take into consideration. I should think when we interact with you during the second term, this is the matter that you need to come clean on that. Then there's a hand by Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Mkalipi.
Yes, Chair, no, I agree with you to say that no, we need more information on the issues that we raised here, especially on this issue of Mphaphuli, because I'm sure that the document that we are both reading and we have different vision, both of us, it will give the municipality enough time to prepare a summary issue and also update the committee, because where we come from, we don't as a committee leadership of municipality, we don't protect your service providers. We don't even get involved. But when it comes to payments, and the issue is that you have to take them to court to go and defend in court. And according to this paragraph, page 20 of this report that I'm reading, it also says that in one of the paragraphs, you took this matter to court, and then in the middle of this court case, your own lawyers didn't have enough information. According to this SIU report that you are referring to, I have a copy of this SIU report. Your own lawyers just didn't have enough information to proceed with this court case. So therefore, we are coming from an angle to say that maybe some of the things you need not go and rush to ask the court to resolve your issues. It takes a good leadership of the municipality to say that something went wrong, because on the very same report, it also says that after we have discovered that you can proceed with what you have done with this company or this consulting company, you opted to follow and faulted proper procedures. It's the SIU that is saying that to you as municipality. So I'm saying that some of the things we don't have rushed to go to court to say that court, please resolve this issue for us. It takes a leadership to say that let us save municipalities, let us sit down with these people and renegotiate with them to say that we can't afford this money because of 1, 2, 3. By doing that, it shows leadership. And we need these people with their skills. We are talking about engineers who are not even enough for the whole country. So if you are not going to pay them in time, or if you are going to try to fight them in court, where are we going to get them to come and do our services to the municipalities? Because they are going to run to private sectors. As a result, our people are going to suffer. So that is my plea, Chairperson, as you have also alluded to the fact that when they come back, maybe some of the issues that you are raising as a committee, they must understand where we come from. And then they must give us information, because I understand that this matter is going to court on Wednesday. So therefore, if there is a way, I'll plead to the leadership of the municipality to sit down. We are people, we are Black people for that matter. And most of these skills people in terms of engineering people, most of those skills are very scarce. So if we have is to say that just let us sit down with them and then try to get a middle ground instead of resorting to court. Thank you, Chairperson. That is my input.
Okay. I should think we must end it here for now. There are matters that will need us to follow up with your good selves, so that we then move to Elias Motswaledi. There were questions that were raised earlier. Can I hand over to the mayor, to the people around you, Mayor? There are so many gadgets around you. We can't hear you save for the awkward noise that we're hearing. Mayor of Elias Municipality.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And good evening to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of Cogta and my colleagues from the municipality within the district and officials and the MEC and the SALGA included. Honorable Chair, it is always a pleasure for us to have an interaction with the Portfolio Committee, of course, with an understanding to strengthen accountability and oversight. Chair, I will take the questions that were raised earlier on by honorable members, which are political, and I will refer all the technical questions to both the municipal manager and the acting CFO. Chair, I'll go direct to issues that have been raised earlier on in relation with the report by the SIU. Chair, it should be noted that on the 29th September 2020, on behalf of Elias Motswaledi Local Municipality, I have received 12 files titled referrals. And amongst the 12, one, it was a matter that concerned council because it was affecting the then acting municipal manager, who is the municipal manager now. And then, Honorable Chair, as the mayor of the municipality, I then prepared a report to table it to council in relation with the file that concerns the then acting municipal manager, Mr. Khwale, who is currently a municipal manager of this municipality. And the report was tabled to council on the 16th October 2020, I'm sorry.
And the council, after deliberations on the matter, council resolved to invoke Municipal Systems Act number 32 of 2000, Regulations Chapter 2, Section 5, Subsection 3B. And after the council has resolved, I've then submitted the 11 remaining files to the municipal manager for him to start to institute the disciplinary processes for those affected employees. And Honorable Chair, the municipal manager has started the process. And amongst those files, it also included the companies that the money was supposed to be recovered. And we have already recovered from one company. And the disciplinary processes are still continuing. And after we have shall concluded, the comprehensive report should be submitted back to SIU for them to finalize the report and submit it to the presidency as per our deliberations with them. Because of the municipal manager has already consulted with the SIU to seek clarity on certain aspects, including the status or effect of the referrals. And that is where we are, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, in relation to the reports by the SIU. I will then refer other technical matters to the municipal manager. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor. Can we get the responses to the other questions from the municipal manager? MM.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The response from the management.
Can the other gadgets that are with you there be switched off? That echo is very unpleasant.
Thanks. It is still there, Madam Chair?
No.
Thanks very much.
Better no.
Thanks. The first question was concerning the electrification of Zenzele. On the electrification of Zenzele, we want to indicate that the municipality sought assistance from the Housing Development Agency in terms of acquiring the above said properties. Because, Madam Chair, I must indicate that Zenzele is a privately owned land. All owners were given land offer forms to indicate their interest to release the land and the monetary compensation.
Before MM, can you hold on there?
Yes.
Masirumule Kutele Makala. Can you mute your microphone, please? We can hear all your conversation. Can somebody tell me who's Masirumule Kutele Makala? Please, can you mute your microphone, please? Proceed, MM.
Okay, thanks very much, Madam Chair. Now, the private owned land under caution were owned by 3 families. The proposal of the 2.
Before that, MM.
Yes.
When I ask the admin to remove this person called Masirum Mulekotele Matal, because the person don't want to comply, is just busy disrupting this meeting. Okay, proceed.
The Zenzele is owned by 3 families, Madam Chair. Of the 3 families, 2 families' proposal were reasonable to the Housing Development Agency for acquisition of the land. 1 family, their proposal was viewed to be ballooned or high. This stalled the process of land acquisition since then. On the 28th October 2020, the municipality wrote a letter to Housing Development Agency to set a meeting wherein possible impasses that prohibit progress of the acquisition can be addressed. The receipt of the letter was confirmed by the Housing Development Agency, indicating that the meeting proposed will only be feasible when the COVID-19 regulations are relaxed. Even to date, Madam Chair, we're still waiting for the response from the Housing Development Agency. At Zenzele, initially, we received a concern from the families that they will allow the municipality to electrify the said land on behalf of the community that are staying there. Unfortunately, they started to not cooperating with us because they want the Housing Development Agency to pay them a certain amount of money. Now, with regard to the electrification, I want to indicate that as soon as we get the consent from the house, from the 3 families, the municipality will start the process of electrifying the said land. Madam Chair, let me also try to answer the Masakaning. The Masakaning land consists of portion 13 and 69. The portion 13 is also a private owned land under the trustee, and portion 69. The municipality was given a consent to put electrification for portion 13 only. Hello.
Is there any reason why your camera is off, whereas your mayor was able to switch it on? You are in the same venue, Mus.
Okay, you can see me.
Yes.
Thanks
But
very
that
much.
echo again, what's going on?
The echo.
Is somebody's gadgets on there? I can see you are there in numbers, not even wearing masks. I don't know what's happening there, and it's a lot of you there. They're free for all, but you are the leadership that should assist the community to comply with the COVID regulation. You can't be in a room many as you are, and then none of you is wearing a mask. Proceed.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The Masakaning consists of portion 13 and 69. And Masakaning is privately owned. And then for us to put electrification project, we were waiting for a consent from the trust. We got only consent for portion 13, and the municipality has already electrified that portion. For portion 69 is where we did not get any consent from the privately owned people. Now we are unable to put electrification project in portion 69. We have tried to organize a meeting with the people who are staying in portion 69. But the owner of portion 69, they are saying they are not willing to give a consent because those people who are staying in portion 69, they are staying there illegally. But some of the people who are staying in portion 69, they are saying they are the beneficiary of the land. We wrote a letter to Cogta and to the Premier's office to come and assist us to resolve that a particular matter. Concerning the potholes in a Bloemboard, as a question that was also raised, We just want to indicate that the potholes in Blombot Road, that is a provincial road, but currently there are people who are fixing those potholes because we were aware of those potholes. We refer them to the provincial department, and as I'm speaking, there are people on site who are trying to fix those particular potholes. Concerning the insolvency of the municipality in relation to our financial health, I'll request the CFO, hello.
If you were focusing on your screen, you could see that you are just moving away from the screen. At times, we can't see you. Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Concerning
just focus on your screen.
Okay, concerning the financial insolvency, that question I'll request the acting CFO to respond to it. And there are also some of the matters for reason for a regression for 2017 and 18. I'll also request the CFO to respond, and I'll also come in after. Thank you, Madam Chair. Over to you, acting CFO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Moleko Sevelemecha, the Acting CFO of Elias Motswaledi Local Municipality. Like the MM indicated, I'll be tackling the questions relating to the reasons for having regressed from the unqualified audit opinion that we have achieved in 2017 and 18 financial year.
Can I find out first, where's the CFO? If you are acting?
The CFO's position is vacant, like it has been vacant since December 2018.
Since December 8, 2018?
Yes.
And you have been acting since then?
No. I only started acting in December 2020.
Prior to you acting in December 2020, who acted before you?
All the managers in the department, the BTO department, have been rotating in that acting.
For how long? Rotating for how long?
Some acted for a period of 3 months, then some got the extension of 3 months, meaning all in all, they acted for a period of 6 months.
6 months.
Yes.
You're talking about how many divisional managers?
We're talking about 6 divisional managers.
So yourself, you are the 7th?
No, myself included in that number of 6.
Oh, okay. Since December 2018, that has been the norm. Yeah. Maybe while you are still there, when was your MM appointed?
This year, January.
January 2021?
Yes.
After how long has been the position vacant?
Since December 2018 as well.
So the same thing since December 2018, various senior managers have been acting. It's the same principle you are referring to above on your CFO position.
On the MM position, Honorable Chair, we had the currently appointed MM acting as acting MM.
For how long? Since December
2018.
He has been acting until he was appointed now in 2021.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Okay, I was raising this to understand the accountability levels on matters that were still going to come to you on the report of the AG. Proceed.
Okay, thanks once again, Honorable Chair. I'll start with the question relating to the technical insolvency that a Provincial Treasury presented earlier on. Then I'll just present the measures that we are putting in place with the effort of trying to address the issue of technical insolvency. Like the first measure is the issue of developing the financial recovery plan. The plan has been drafted. We are just consulting other stakeholders just to get their inputs in order for us to finalize that financial recovery plan. Then once we will be done with the consultation process, the recovery plan will be tabled in municipal council for approval. And in that process, we also going to consult stakeholders like Provincial, Treasury, and the Cogta department. Secondly, we are striving to reduce the magnitude of the UIFW, since this UIFW is also contributing negatively towards the unfavorable cash flow position of the municipality, particularly the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In addition to striving for the reduction of UIFW, we also looking forward or putting more effort in trying to bring down the magnitude of the contracted services. Because looking at the actual expenditure that we incur on an annual basis relating to contracted services, the expenditure together with the ratio thereof, they are way outside the stipulated norm in terms of MFMA Circular 71. So we are currently trying to come up with measures to reduce this magnitude of contracted services. We also have a challenge of the implementation of procurement plans, in a sense that our procurement plans are only confined to capital expenditure procurements. So we want to cascade this implementation and drafting of procurement plans to the operational expenditure related projects. So with that having been put in place, we will be in a better position to can appropriately manage the cash inflows and outflows of the municipality. We also have a challenge relating to expenditure management, because sometimes we find ourselves having invested funds that, according to our projections, we will deem those funds as uncommitted by the time of doing the investment. But during that period when we have invested the municipal funds, you'll find that we have spent on areas that were not considered when we were doing the cash flow forecast before we need to consider investing in municipal funds. So with the implementation of the procurement plans, we will be in a better position to can well manage the cash flow position of the municipality. Another significant challenge faced by Elias Motswaledi local municipality is the challenge relating to the accrued invoices at year end. For the past 3 years, the accrued invoices have been sitting in the region of 45 million. So that also affects negatively the implementation of the next financial year budget implementation, because the funds that were supposed to be processed as part of the implementation of the next financial year, part of those funds will be used to service these accrued invoices. And that on its own results in a negative impact in that process of implementing the budget for the next financial year, Honorable Chair. The current status on the affairs of the municipality. Like, this municipality has history of struggling to process the invoices, particularly in the months where we are expecting Treasury to release equitable share. But with the measures that we've put in place currently, that challenge is gradually fading away, because like now we just received the last tranche of equitable share, and even before the receipt of that last tranche, we were still in a position to can process the salaries together with a payment of main suppliers like ESCOM. And that in the previous financial years, it was a very serious challenge to this municipality. going back to the issue of the regression from the unqualified audit opinion that we have achieved in the 2017 and 18 financial year. The findings that were raised by Auditor General that led to Elias Motswaledi regressing from unqualified to qualified audit opinion are as follows, though the AG presented these issues earlier on. The first one, it was property, plant and equipment, wherein we had discrepancies around the calculation of a depreciation.
Don't repeat them. Tell us what have you done, because it's there, it's a record. Did you see what time is it now?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Just refer to them to say this is what we've done to address the problem as raised by the AG.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. We had approximately 7 issues that resulted in the qualification paragraph. And out of those 7 issues, 6 were addressed, and they were addressed from the root cause point of view. So we had issues relating to PPE, the finance lease obligation, the debt impairment on the consumer debtors, landfill site provision, the traffic fines that is in line with a revenue from non-exchange transactions. Then the misstated components of the financial statements that had a negative impact on our cash flow statement. So all these issues were new issues raised by AG, and they resulted in qualification paragraphs. Then we had one issue that we couldn't resolve in the implementation of the audit action plan for the 2018-19 financial year. The issue is in relation to the verification of readings readings for ESCOM bulk purchase for electricity invoices. Like AG raised a finding and a concern to say we are just processing ESCOM invoices without verifying the accuracy of the readings that we get from AG. So in that process, we were expected to put our own facility at the substation just to take the readings, so that at month end we can compare the readings that were taken from the municipality side with those readings that were taken by ESCOM, just to check the accuracy of ESCOM readings. The matter just got resolved now in the current financial year. So this issue has a high likelihood of coming back again as qualification paragraph in the current audit. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Colleagues, are there colleagues who have got follow-ups? I'll allow Honorable Mkalipi. That's the only hand, then I'll raise my issues as well. Over to you, Honorable Mkalipi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just said I have not so many follow-ups, just minor follow-ups. I just want to understand from the Mayor. I didn't hear her very well articulating on the issues of the SIU. So I wanted to understand, what is the SIU? What are the issues the SIU raised? I heard her saying very briefly, saying that the MM was flagged, but she didn't go to details about this. So I wanted to understand in the context, because I know that there are issues that were raised by the SIU in terms of the MM of the municipality. Because there is a directive, according to my understanding, subjected to be corrected in terms of the directive that the SIU gave on the issue of the MM, who acted from December 2018 till January 2021. So I want to get from the Mayor, because she also touched briefly on this issue, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kalipi. If you go through the report of 2018-19, the municipality awarded a family member of a ward councillor a contract worth 5 million for printing services. How has the municipality dealt with this? Because really it's a serious conflict of interest. and this councillor as well, how did the speaker dealt with this matter in line with the code of conduct governing the conduct of councillors in the municipality? The other issue that I want clarity on, the municipality regressed to a qualified audit opinion under the watch of this acting MM, who has been under the watch of yourself, MM. You have been acting MM from December 2018 to December 2020 for 2 years. And then you've overseen the regression of the municipality due to poor accounting on assets, despite you having hired consultants to the value of 11 million and having warm bodies in the asset and management unit. I want to check, Mayor, have you taken any action against the officials in the asset management unit, including the accounting officer for the period? Or have you implemented this council initiative skills to upskill and develop them? Because what we have seen then, you just elevated the MN, but knowing that we have got this challenge as an accounting officer. The other issue that one wants clarity on, the Limpopo Provincial Treasury appointed forensic investigators who recommended that the 48,000 in interest lost to VBS should be recouped from the responsible officials. Did the municipality implement the recommendation? And I want us to, you Mayor, to address us on this issue of you having officials acting for over 2 years, both critical position. And I believe that's one of the reasons why the municipality regressed on that. People were acting rotated, especially as you heard the CFO when I was asking that question. So people were rotated, and then you had an accounting officer who has been acting for 2 full years. How do you explain that, particularly you as the mayor, given the responsibility that is entrusted in you in terms of the MFMA? How did you allow such a situation to continue over the past 2 years? So those are my issues. Over to you, Mayor, and whoever wants to respond to these issues.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will start with the issue in relation.
I can't see the person who's speaking, and there's nothing written on my screen.
Okay, is the mayor speaking?
What happened to your video? What happened to your video?
Let me fix it. Thanks, Chairperson. Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will start with the issue raised by Honorable Member in relation with the how have we dealt with the issue of the then acting MM on a SIU issue. Honorable Chair, I've stated that after I have received the files titled referrals on the 29th of September 2020, I then prepared a report to council, which served on the 16th October 2020 in council. The council was held virtually, and the honorable members of council has interacted with the report, and after they've satisfied themselves, they then decided to invoke Municipal Systems Act number 2 of 2000, Regulation Chapter 2, Section 5, subsection 3B. And after the council have decided, I then handed over the remaining 11 files to the municipal manager to start with the process of the junior employees who have been.
Can I interject?
Yes.
The honorable member wants to know the details, not you to refer to the statute. What were the issues around the MM? Can you share with us? Because you are not private to your council agenda. That was the question around that. And then what made council? Yes, that's the point. We want the details of such matters.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The matter, it was in relation with the 7,000, which was paid to the service provider, whom was supposed to install. It was meant for installation of culverts, and the culverts were delivered but could not be installed by the service provider. As per the report that the municipality was not ready to can allow the service provider to install the culverts. And in the very same referrals by the SIU, it was also recommended that 7,000 should be recovered. And the 7,000 has been already recovered from that service provider, as it was clear that it was mistakenly paid to that service provider because of the invoice that he submitted was including the 7,000, which was meant for installation. And again, the matter, by the time the SIU investigate that matter, it found out that the matter was already dealt with internally. And at some point, another person has been open a case against the then acting municipal manager, being Mr. Khwale, and the NPA declined to prosecute on that matter. Those were the issues that council, when it was debating, raised them, and they finally thought that it is proper for the council to dismiss the allegation. And that is how, Honorable Chair, I ended up submitting the remaining 11 files to the then acting municipal manager, who is currently being appointed by council to be the municipal manager after the finalization process of the former municipal manager. And then in relation with
before that, you handed over the other 11 files to the MM. What is the status of those 11 files? Now that you've handed them to the MM, you handed them and you'll have been interested on the progress if you were committed to address the issues as raised by the SIU. What is the status now? What has happened to those 11 files that you've handed over to the MM?
Yes, thank you once more, Chairperson. The letters have been issued out to the affected employees to come and make representation. And as I mentioned that earlier on, that already the 7,000 has been recovered. The first person who was supposed to come and make a representation is the very same service provider who was supposed to, the money was supposed to be recovered from him. That is the first step. But again, Chair, I must mention that the municipal manager is continuously interacting with the SIU to seek advice and clarity on some of the issues that we should deal with in relation with the SIU matters that have been raised with us. And after we shall have completed all the disciplinary processes, the comprehensive report will be submitted back to SIU as they've requested us for them to finalize a report and submit it to the presidency. And that is where then we'll able to submit back a comprehensive report to council. Thanks, Chair.
Before you move, when were these fines handed to your good self?
The files were handed to me on the 29th September 2020.
Okay. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair, once more. Speaking to the 48,000 that the Treasury has advised us to recover it from the then municipal manager, Maredi. Yes, the council has recovered that the 48,247 rand from Maredi. And then in relation with the acting period positions, Honorable Chair, the council decided to give the acting municipal manager, Mr. Khwale, by then to act until we finalize the process of disciplinary of the then municipal manager. And after the process has been finalized, then council advertised the post and Mr. Khwale was appointed as the municipal manager. And in relation with the acting period of CFO, Honorable Chair, I must be honest to the honorable members and all the participants that we are struggling to get responses in relation with the post of the CFO. I think we currently re-advertised it for the third time now, and we are hopeful that maybe we'll get a response. That is the challenge that we are facing with. And thank you very much, Chair. And I think the will add where maybe I omitted something.
There are questions that remain unanswered. I wanted you or the speaker to deal with this issue of the family member of a ward councillor who got a printing contract for 5 million. How has you as council dealt with this matter? Before the other questions that the can answer. Is the speaker
Honorable, yes, the speaker is present.
Can I hear from the speaker on that matter? Don't whisper, I can hear you. Let that person, if you are using a common room, just this person come in because you'll say things that you'll regret. We are hearing you.
Councillor,
that noise in that hall is very disturbing. Can we just get the speaker to respond to the questions so that we progress? Other people must keep quiet. There are pens and papers. If you want to communicate, do through that. Isn't that you've decided to sit in a hall not wearing masks? Business as usual.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We want to see you and introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
We can't see you. We want to see you, and you must introduce yourself as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me start by greeting honorable members of the committee, the MEC, executive mayor and mayors, and my colleagues here and members of SALGA. In regard to the question that was raised, Honorable Chair, the matter was referred to MPEC for investigation. The council resolved that the matter must be investigated. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
We are dealing with matters that happened during the period 2018-19. Now you are in 2021. When you said the matter has been referred to MPEC, what is your turnaround time? Are you having the appetite to deal with this matter?
Yes,
just referral, because by now that matter, if you were serious and you were accountable to your people, you could have resolved that matter. What is the status of that matter? It can't be that you tell us it has been referred to this structure. It's now 2 years down the line.
Yes,
the matter is still referred.
I agree, Honorable Chair, that the matter was for 2019-2020. But it was
2018-19. This happened in 2018-19, not 2019-2020.
Yes, I agree, Honorable Chair. The matter was referred to MPEC, but don't forget, Honorable Chair, that the whole of last year it was locked down, and then it affected us. So that's why. But the MPEC is sitting and dealing with the matter. So anytime soon, Honorable Chair, I promise that we'll give a report to the committee.
It's a matter for 2018-19. Lockdown was in 2021 lockdown. So the issue here is about the appetite on Councillor Speaker to be committed to deal with the matter as expeditiously as possible.
Yes, Honorable
That's
Chair.
what the issue, the AG is raising also on your report. And we have not dealt with that. If we were to go that, the issue of lack of political oversight, or because it's a fellow councillor, you can't act. If it was an official, we're going to act like you have done in the case of the MM and the CFO. Because here is the big fish that is involved. It's okay, you can drag your feet as much as you can.
Not necessarily that, Honorable Chair. Then we have the chairperson of MPEC with me here, Honorable Chair. Can I give him a chance so that he can?
That accountability lies with you as the Speaker of Council.
Yes,
You have referred the matter to the Committee of Council. That Committee of Council must be accountable to you as the chairperson of Council. Not the other way, the way you want us to deal with. So the matter is that you need to gonna give us a written progress report on this matter. How far are you with the matter? Can I move to the MM to respond to the other questions that we raised? There's a question of the regression and the utilization of consultants to the value of 11 million. That question remains unanswered.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. On the use of the consultant and the regression, Madam Chair, I just want to indicate that from the unqualified audit opinion to the qualification one, the property, plant and equipment, it was not a, it was a new matter that was raised that led to the regression. And then the calculation of the depreciation under the PPE was also a new matter. But we raised that with the audit team to say the previous audit team allow this, but the new audit team did not allow the methodology. But for now, Madam Chair, of all the prior year issues, they've been addressed. Only the bulk, the purchases is still the remaining. And we hope and believe that with the remaining issue of the prior year being the bulk purchases, we hope to go back to the unqualified in terms of the progress that we are making on our audit action plan. Madam Speaker, let me also, Madam Chair, let me also indicate that the use of the consultant, we are not happy, but there are some improvement that we've made. Like the M-score was done by the use of the consultant, but now the M-score is being done in-house. The interim financial statement that was done by the consultant is now being done in-house. The 2019 and 20 working papers are prepared by the municipal official. The assets verification that were done by the consultant are done by the official internally. Those are some of the efforts to reduce the reliance on the consultant. Yes, we are taking note that with the amount of money that we have spent to date, and we are still getting the qualification, that is not a nice thing. But Madam Speaker, the resignation of the CFO, Madam Chair, also affected our succession plan. But that is not an excuse, Madam Speaker. We are also taking the consultant, the use of consultant policy to council, so that it will guide us how are we going to reduce the over-reliance on the use of the consultant. We have seen that even though we've got the clause of the transfer of skill, that is not enough because the consultant, the service provider, they want to be indispensable. So we are trying our best so that we can learn the best practice from Makhudu-thamaga. Because Makhudu-thamaga, as our nearby municipality, they produce a set of AFS using the internal staff, and they've moved from the qualification to the unqualified without using the consultant. That on its own has shown us that if we can start in-house, we'll achieve better results because one of the nearby municipality has done so. That is what we can say on the use of the consultant. And it's true that the municipality was relying on the consultant from 2016-17 even to date, and the results and the amount that we have spent to date, it does not match with what we were expecting. That one is regrettable, Madam Chair. I thank you.
Then send us the breakdown of your UIFW latest by Friday. Also a breakdown what constitutes it and how have you dealt with the whole of your UIFW as raised by the AG for the past 3 financial year. That information can be submitted in writing unless Honorable Mkalipi's hand was up. I suppose I covered you.
Yes, Chair. Yes, I'm covered.
Okay, can we move to Ephraim?
Madam Chair, thanks for the opportunity and greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee, Cogta, members from SALGA and Cogta Limpopo, in particular the MEC, Executive Mayor and other colleague mayors and members at large. I believe that in this term of council, Madam Chair, it is the second engagement with the Portfolio Committee for Cogta as Ephraim local municipality. The issue which was on top of our discussion in our last engagement at Fetakgomo-Greater was, I believe it was in 2019, was the issue of the VBS, as Ephraim have invested 80 million in VBS. And the matter was referred to Financial Misconduct Board, and disciplinary issues were made that resulted with the CFO resigning, even though her term of office was approaching to an end. And we were left with the municipal manager, whereby we take her to, the issues were at court of law up until she submitted her resignation late of last year in 2020. And as such, and also taking into consideration the resolution by the Provincial Treasury and Cogta regarding the recovery of all the monies, we are on top of that matter as the municipality, and the matter now is at High Court for recovery of all the monies invested in VBS. Then the two questions which were posed to Ephraim, one was with regard to the issue of petrol cards fraud and the issue of not establishing a financial misconduct disciplinary board as raised by Honorable Mamkise. Then I'll deal with the issue of the not establishing a financial misconduct disciplinary board. And let me highlight to the honorable members that the term of office for the Financial Misconduct Board lapsed by late last year, together with the term of office of Audit and Performance Committee. As such, we only re-established the Audit and Performance Committee, which was, the process was concluded early January this year due to the issues of COVID-19 that resulted in 2020 we were not be able to handle other issues. So there was a delay in terms of establishing the Audit and Performance Committee. As such, after the establishment of the Audit and Performance Committee, that is when we will be establishing the Financial Misconduct Board. Then with issue of the, with regard to the issues of the petrol cards fraud, I will refer the matter to administration, and it is unfortunate, Madam Chair, that the acting municipal manager cannot be connected due to network problem wherever he stays. As such, I'll allow the acting CFO to take us through the entire report and respond to the matter of the petrol card fraud. Over to you, acting CFO.
Before we talk about the acting CFO, Majoro, where is your CFO?
Okay,
The
like
one
other
that resigned. The CFO
Yes.
is the one that resigned.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's
And
correct.
since 2018, you have not yet filled the position of CFO. Is that the
That's
indication?
correct.
And what
That's
are the reasons?
correct.
What are
Like
the,
our, oh, pardon me, like
what are the
our,
reasons for you not filling?
yes, like our sisterly municipality, Elias Motswaledi, and I believe, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, you'll recall that when we were engaging in Fetakgomo-Greater, I raised the matter that the nature of our municipality, they are having an element of not attracting necessary skills. We advertised the position of CFO for 2 times, consecutive times, without success. And now we are in the conclusion of to advertise for the 3rd time, just like Elias Motswaledi. And as I've indicated earlier, in 2019, we are having a challenge of attracting a necessary skills.
But these people that are acting, you want to tell us they don't have necessary skills? Maybe I should have asked the mayor of Elias Motswaledi as well that question. Because in the absence of you attracting skills, and the act is very clear that you must appoint people with the relevant competence. So you want to tell us these people that you are making them to act, they don't have the necessary skills. It's what you are implying.
No, not necessarily implying on that one, Madam Chair, but I am saying that not necessarily implying on that element, but I believe that it's sometimes difficult for a person to leave a permanent position for a contract position. That's just, it is my take on the matter. Hence, I have said that we advertised the position for 2 consecutive times since 2019 and 2020.
Okay. Another debate. I hope when you come back again, you won't be telling us you advertised for the 5th time, because there's enabling legislation that allows you to do something under that circumstances. But I won't tell you what to do. I'm just trying to raise it as a matter of concern. It can't be that you have positions vacant for 2 full years, whereas there's a lot of people in this country that are looking for jobs, and you are told they don't have requisite skills. I've got a difficulty with that personally, but let's reserve it for another day. CFO, acting CFO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. And I would also like to extend greetings to also the MEC, executive mayors and mayors that are also in this sitting. My name is Joseph Madisha, the acting CFO of Ephraim Mogale. Like the mayor has indicated, the issue around the matter around the fuel card theft, the official who was found responsible in this matter, immediately he resigned when he was supposed to have taken to a disciplinary process. Upon resigning, what the municipality did, we have tried to recover through that process, that legal or labor process, the money from his pension when he was, or when he resigned. The unfortunate part around that also is that since the matter was coming back twice, as he was first charged in 2009, when he was released, he has taken all his pension monies. And after the disciplinary process, when he was reinstated, he only worked for a period of 1.5 years. So therefore, the attempt to recover the money from his pension could not bear any fruits on the basis that the monies were not sufficient. So after tabling the matter to council, Honorable Chairperson, what we have done as the municipality, the matter was taken to SAPS. But as you can see on the AG Auditor General's report, at the time when they were auditing us, the case was not yet opened. However, subsequent to that, the case was opened. And I think on that regard, through the office of the acting municipal manager, we should be able to provide the committee with a report on that in relation to the case number, and maybe also with the progress reports that we have requested from SAPS in relation to that case. The second issue, Honorable Chair, that I would like to touch on, as it was also raised during today earlier, it was the issue of regressing from the audit opinion that we got in 17-18 of unqualified and in 18-19 of qualification. The basis of qualification on our side was the issue around commitments, which we had an issue of completeness, accuracy, and which led to us having an understatement in relation to the commitments. Therefore, AG qualified us on that basis. However, subsequent to that, post-audit of 1920, we prepared an audit action plan, which in that plan, our remedial action was to ensure that between our contract register and our operational contract and those that are CAPEX, we ensure that we on monthly basis reconcile, so that by the time we close our books, we don't find ourselves wanting as we were in the previous financial year. And to date, Honorable Chair, I can safely say that we have found each other with AG in relation to this matter. I think, Honorable Chair, I'll just pause there in terms of all the questions that were posed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Madisha. Colleagues, any follow-ups? Well, we can then, safe to say, of the mayor, executive mayor, of the 80 million that went away with VBS. Can you list the projects that were supposed to have been implemented with that money? And also tell us what remedial action or measures have you taken to make sure that those communities who were supposed to have received the project out of the money lost then get their services? Did you reprioritize those projects? What did you do?
Oh, thanks very much, Madam Chair, once more. Like we indicated in our first engagement in 2019, the 80 million was from or should I allow the CFO to clarify it correctly? Because we already had the budget in place by the time the money was invested. As such, necessarily, the 80 million invested Yes, we believe and we are agreeing that we lost the money. But that 80 million was not meant for service delivery at that time. It was our investment money. Hence, I am saying, let me request the acting CFO to clarify the nature of the 80 million. Acting CFO.
If you allow me, Chairperson.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you very much. Yes, as the mayor has already alluded, at the time when the municipality was investing this money, we had a favorable balance of more than 100 million at the time, which the 80 million was from the surplus. Therefore, there were no projects that were budgeted, which were supposed to have been funded by this money, as the mayor has indicated, Honorable Chair. Therefore, we were not severely affected by the investment.
So you didn't have any directive from Treasury on what should you do?
In terms
because
of the
Treasury Commission a forensic investigation. On your
Yes.
part, what did Treasury say you must do?
Yeah, Treasury said disciplinary action should be taken against the officials and also recovery. And as the mayor has alluded when he explained in his opening remarks, consequence management was implemented. Both the mayor, the municipal manager and the then CFO were taken to disciplinary process, and unfortunately CFO resigned at the time, although his term of office was coming to an end. And in relation to the municipal manager, the matter dragged quite a while. I think it took almost a year and a half. But however, by the end of December last year, as the mayor has also indicated, she tendered her resignation. And immediately subsequent to that, the municipality instituted a recovery process. And the two mentioned officials were served with those documents with intention to recover. And the matter is currently at the High Court. Thank you, Honorable.
When you say the municipality was not severely affected after losing 80 million, I'm talking to you as a finance guy. What do you mean? So you want to tell us that 80 million is just a drop in an ocean? It's nothing.
That
so
is
you
not...
heard that money came from your reserves. You are one municipality that is fully servicing its communities such that it had a reserve of around 80 million. Once you say the municipality was not severely affected, what do you mean?
By that, Honorable Chair, I'm simply saying most of the municipal operations in that financial year and subsequent year, we were not actually impacted by that particular investment due to the fact that the investment was drawn from the reserves that we had. Of course, I cannot rule it out and say the money was just sitting there with no intended purpose. Of course, certain projects would have been implemented. However, at the period, there were no projects in place or project plan in place, which the money would have funded at the time. That is what I mean, Honorable Chair.
In essence, what you are saying is that this municipality always has reserves. Is it a sign that your communities are satisfied with the level of the delivery of your services? If I'm to come to your municipality, won't I find issues around your landfill sites, your dumping sites? Don't you think, I'm just giving a classical example with this COVID pandemic, because the issues of environmental health are a challenge all over the municipalities. Don't you think, or you could have graded a road, tarred the streets? So in essence, we're saying in Ephraim, Mogale, all these things are there. Because with 80 million, how many kilometer road will you have constructed? CFO.
That
You
is
see,
not what
I'm perturbed, and the members as well are perturbed when you are saying, okay, it's fine, it was well and good. We deserve to lose that money because your language says that, the way you're putting it. After all, the municipality was not severely affected. And also share with us, when you allow this to litigate with you for over 1.5 years, who paid the legal cost? How much did the municipality spend when you later then allow you to resign after a very long, protracted legal battle? Who paid their fees? So you entered into a settlement agreement, I suspect. You didn't just resign and go. How much did you give it?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, no, it's not actually what I meant when I said that. Perhaps maybe it might have sounded like that, but actually it's not what I mean. And like I'm saying, of course, there was a lot that the municipality could have done with that money, and we still feel the gap of that money as even at this stage. All I wanted to indicate was that at the time, during that financial year and subsequent year after that, we did not have any projects in place that money could have been committed to. However, not to say we don't need the money. And also the issue around the legal costs, there was no settlement that was entered into. Of course, the legal battle took longer, but the council at the end of the day made a decision, and that decision, when it was taken, the municipal manager tendered a resignation. Maybe Honorable Mayor will also come in on that matter, Honorable Chair.
This is somebody who was so determined to litigate with you. It took you 1.5 years while she was busy litigating. All of a sudden, she just decided to leave and resign and abandon the litigation, because when she was litigating, my understanding is that her advice was that she had a strong case. So you want to tell us that the MM just abandoned the matter, come and resign without any negotiation or discussion with the municipality? Is it what you are trying to tell us? Which I find it very strange.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks very much once more. Like the acting CFO indicated, I just wanted to add on or clarify on issues that I felt that it didn't sound well with your good self, the issue of the 80 million. If whether that 80 million affected the service delivery or not. Like I've said, we are acknowledge the fact that the 80 million do affect service delivery in our municipality. But at that year, like we indicated, the budget was already there, committed, but the 80 million, like the CFO indicated, that was part of the surplus. It was in the investment. The mistake the municipality did was to invest with a bank that is not required in terms of the law. Then on the issue of the NMM, yes, we had a long legal battle with the NMM because her term of office was to lapse on the next year in 2022. As such, there were some engagement whereby she wanted us to pay for the remaining months up until 2022. And it was not easy for us. We cannot just, when we are having a case with a person and reach a settlement whereby we are going to pay for her remaining months in the administration. Hence, we took the matter to court of law until she felt that she's about to lose the case. That is my take. And when we received her resignation, we didn't just implement the decision for her to resign. We took the matter with our legal team for advice as a political leadership of the municipality until council resolved to implement her resignation. And as such, like I've indicated in on my remarks, that with the resolution taken by the Provincial Treasury and Cogta to have a civil recovery with both the then CFO and the MM, that resolution was implemented since the matter is now in High Court. But the fact remains that the 80 million do impact on our service delivery, like you indicated, even though during that year when the money was invested, the 80 million was not committed for any service delivery. But now, and we noted the fact that going forward, the 80 million is going to have impact on the service delivery of the municipality. Maybe we just failed to indicate that during the year 2018-2019, after the issue of the VBS was on the medias, we had the engagement with various stakeholders, including the ordinary community members, to explain to them the impact that in future the 80 million will impact on service delivery. But currently, for that year, 2017-18 and 18-19 financial year, all our projects were in place, and we managed to complete each and implement each and every project that was committed at that time in those financial years. Hence, we are saying that as Ephraim, we do believe and we do acknowledge the fact that now, because in 2017-2018, we said to ourselves that in future, the 80 million will impact on service delivery. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Major, I'm still interested with your settlement agreement with the MM. Are you on record saying that the MM realized that she was losing the case, then she resigned, and you accepted the resignation? Is this what you are saying?
That's
so
correct.
Because the woman, she wouldn't carry her jacket, she only left with the handbag. What about the protracted legal cost that you incurred in fighting this battle with her for 1.5 years? Who pays for that legal cost? And how much did it cost you to defend this matter? So she left, you never settled, you never paid a single cent, is what you are saying, because you are not coming clean here to us. You only say she wanted the remainder of the contract. Then if you didn't give her the remainder of the contract, what did you give her for her to part ways with you? Because she wanted something from you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Madam Chair. Let me quote the MEC initially when he said that as an institution of government, we are having laws that governs these institutions. We are having labor laws since the then MM was our employee. That we need to apply our mind 100% on. Hence, the matter was taken to the court of law.
We are mindful of that. Respond to the question that there are laws, everybody knows that. But we want to know the details of your settlement agreements. Answer the question, how much did you spend for this protracted legal battle of 1.5 years? How much did it cost you to defend this matter, which at the end of the day you finally settled? Why didn't you do it from the beginning? And the laws that you are referring to, that's why I'm raising it. Somebody wouldn't just carry a bag or a jacket or a jacket and leave the premises without him. We want to know how much do you give it. This is what we want to tell us.
Yes, with regard to the issue of figures, let me refer the matter to the acting CFO if in case he has the figures currently. CFO?
Yeah, thank you again once more, Honorable Mayor. Honorable Chair, although I might not have a total amount as we speak, because we had not one legal team that dealt with the matter, but maybe those figures, we might also have to provide you with a detailed figures on them, but it's in there. It's more than 600,000, Honorable Chair.
Did you give this a golden handshake? Maybe you want me to ask that question.
As far as I know, Honorable Chair, there was no golden handshake.
Just took a handbag and left the premises.
Yes, and she
Let
was
me
telling-
go back to the mayor.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Madam Chair, like the CFO indicated that the then acting, pardon me, then MM handed her resignation. And as the municipality, we never just accepted the resignation on the spot. We had to apply our mind 100%. Like I'm saying, the political leadership of the municipality engaged with the legal team, of the municipality for us to be able to consider the matter as it is. And since then, after we have consulted with our legal team, that is when the matter was taken to council with all the recommendation of the legal team. The matter was taken to council.
What was the recommendation of the legal team? Because you seem
Like
not to want us to disclose the recommendation.
Yes, I don't have them right now. We can supply. We can submit those in writing to.
Is it you who took the matter to the council as the mayor with the recommendation? You seem not to know what was in the content. Are we really serious, Mayor? On a very serious note now. What is it that you are hiding from us?
No, we are not hiding anything, Madam Chair. Like
Did you pay the MM golden handshake or not?
No, there was no golden handshake. The council accepted her resignation.
Mm.
We didn't reach any settlement.
So you didn't pay anything.
Pardon?
I want to be on record to say that we didn't pay the MM anything.
A golden handshake.
Isn't
that is
that
what we are
you
referring to?
who was saying she said she wanted the remainder of her contract?
Yes, like I've said, the manner in which the case took time. You indicated, Honorable Chairperson, that the matter was there for a year and a half. There were some engagement. Because the MM was suspended. We were paying her salary while she was suspended, whereas we also noting the fact that the municipality lost 80 million to BBS. And as such, there was some engagement up until the MM herself tendered her resignation. There was no any settlement or any golden shake that the municipality paid the then MM. The council accepted her resignation, and that resolution was implemented as such, as a resignation, not a golden handshake. That is our statement, Madam Chair.
Mayor, can you give us by end of business on Thursday that report, including what the lawyers advise you and what council resolved before end of business on Thursday?
Madam Chair, should I request that it be Friday because it also already says day now? Should I request that this week give attention to
within your fingertips?
Pardon?
Isn't that these are matters that are within your fingertips? There's nothing that you are going to manufacture. It's there. Your council records are minuted just for you to go and draw the file. Even the SP file of the MM might have these things. If there is a proper record keeping system, then the items get scanned by those junior officials that are not even here, your PAs and everybody. It's not a very complicated matter, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much, Madam Chair.
Because it's only that you can, I will say if you are in office, do it now. Agree, you're not in the office. And that information, you're not going to manufacture, it is there at your disposal. Yes. By end of business.
No, agreed, Madam Chair.
Yes. You can go and rest now. When you wake up, you must know that you have a commitment with this committee to deliver those documents. Okay, can we?
Agreed.
Yes, agreed. I think we'll end with you here. I think I'd already addressed the issue of the UIFW with your good self as well. MM and acting CFO. To say you're gonna also give us a breakdown of UIFW for the past 3 financial years. Will indicate how many have been resolved. If there were consequence management, you will also say this is how, and the extent, you break down each item so that we have a clear understanding on what is happening. I will be going through that now, but I realize it's late and we still need to deal with the districts. So we are resolving it. May I believe I'm audible on this one as well? On the UIFW for the past 3 years. And the state status.
Pardon me, Madam Chair, I didn't get your last statement.
I was saying you must appraise the officials to also send us the issue around the UIFW. Its breakdown, how it was investigated, the progress in implementing the AG report in terms of the UIFW over the past 3 years. 3 financial years that were audited.
Captured, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Majoro. Can we move to Sekhukune district? Can you mute your microphone, the mayor of Ephraim, Mogale, please? And lower your hand down as well. Lower your hand and also mute your microphone. I have Poppy and Sekhukune District Municipality. Who's who amongst the two? Because there should be one speaker on the podium. Who's Poppy? Who's Poppy? Who's Sekhukune District? Executive Mayor of Sekhukune District, can you lead us in responding to the questions that we raised to the district?
Yeah, good evening to Madam Chair and your fellow colleagues, members of the committee, the Honorable MEC Makamo, my colleagues, your worships, Honorable Mayors, members of the Mayoral Committee, our Speaker and the Chief Whip, officials from Cogta and Cogta. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair. Let me also first address myself to the issues of lack of culture of consequence management, and hasten to say, as this leadership collective of the district municipality politically, we are one of those municipalities who do not hasten should these matters show up, that we don't hasten to take action. However, I'll also address to myself to matters that arose that required consequence management. We first had a matter of 5.4 million fraud case, which was paid into wrong accounts. Subsequent to that, what we did was to immediately suspend those officials that were suspected to be involved in the matter, but also instituted the forensic investigation and also opened a case with the police. An SIU has been involved in the matter. I'm sure in as far as developments are concerned, I'll leave it to the municipal manager to appraise us in as far as that matter is concerned. Those officials who were suspended, I know one of them had resigned. The others are back to work, placed in other responsibilities due to the fact that 90 days has passed by without legally having concluded the process. But the internal disciplinary process are still unfolding in as far as the matter is concerned. And I must admit, it's taking too long. And I've spoken to the municipal manager to find ways and means of coming to the logical conclusion of the case. Then the second matter relates to the 12 million also fraud case relating to the Cogta money that the municipality was defrauded of. Amongst the officials that are involved, it is only those that were supposed to be charged. It's only the director of corporate services that was charged. The acting CFO then, who was involved, resigned to join Makhudu-thamaga municipality. And I think other people also resigned. The matter affecting the corporate sales director was dealt with to the conclusion, and the director has since been demoted to the level of the manager. The other matter relates to the 66 million for VIP. Okay, before I go there, on the 5.4 million, 4.8 million was recovered. Then the other one is about the 66 million that refers to the VIP toilets. And in this instance, no money was lost. What had happened is that the supply chain processes were followed and came to the logical conclusion, but the accounting officer then did not agree with the decisions of the adjudication committee. Instead of referring it back to the bid evaluation committee as an option, or alternatively, if it differs with the decision of the adjudication committee, she should have written within 10 days to the Treasury, noticing them of the deviation. And both processes were not followed. And as the auditing season was approaching and nothing was done, the executive mayor had to take the matter to council, declared as an unauthorized expenditure, upon which the council delegated the executive mayor to start the disciplinary process, and which was started, and the accounting officer was then charged. And as a result, as she was charged, she resigned and settled for 6 months. The next one, which is the recent one, is about MIG reallocation or reprioritization of projects for COVID-19 amounting to 26 million. And in this instance, again, ACM processes were not followed completely. And the acting municipal manager, and when this happened, I must say, the executive mayor was on sick leave. But I had to break my sick leave, come back to work to address the matter, on which The acting MM, therefore, was subsequently suspended. The acting director technical was also suspended, and 2 more officials. The acting MM, who by appointment is the CFO of the municipality, also resigned, settled for 6 months. The technical director is still undergoing disciplinary process, inclusive of the two officials. I have also requested the municipal manager to fast-track processing as far as the matter is concerned. I must, however, also hasten to indicate that we then immediately approached the High Court for an interim order, because then 8 contractors were appointed without following ACM processes. Unfortunately enough, we're given an interim order, and I suppose now we have got a final order. We now have a final order. The 66 million did not disappear. We have re-advertised. I'm sure the ACM process at its final stage, contractors will be appointed in that regard. That is just by an illustration that in as far as consequence management is concerned, unless matters did not show up, but wherever they happen, we don't hasten to take action. There was also a question about the program of land contractor development in the municipality. I must also indicate that this is a project that was initiated by the executive mayor. Upon arrival in this institution as this 4th administration, one had realized that VIP projects are projects that do not require much work to be done, and I suggested that we allocate this as an empowerment project so that we use it to also empower our SMMEs. That's how it was initiated. We're saying the Land Contractor Development Program is a structured program implemented in partnership with the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for a period of 3 financial years. The first phase of the program has been completed in 2020-21 financial year. But as we're doing budget adjustment, we have allocated a further 19 million to this program. The outer 2 years will also be able to be budgeted for. And I must accept there have been teething problems at the beginning of this program. But as we are speaking now, the program is running very smoothly. The issue with this initiative is the interpretation of the signed agreement between Sekhukune District Municipality, the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and the lender contractors in as so far as the stipend is concerned. The stipend can only be allocated to a lender contractor if there were no activities given within a financial year. As I'm saying, this 2021 financial year was the first phase, and they were allocated projects, all of them, and we have allocated further 19 million, and therefore payment of stipend does not apply in this instance. Another question was with regard to the enterprise supplier development program that we have launched. Again, this initiative of the municipality in ensuring that we need to really empower our triple PEE people. The district municipality has appointed 3 professional service providers to handle this matter on our behalf. And an inception meeting in as far as this enterprise supply development trade planning session were held, workshops were held, but unfortunately, we could not proceed with the program due to COVID-19. But now that we are back at alert level 1, I presume officials and MMC responsible will be able to further rearrange programs to continue with this program. And the intentions of this program is indeed to empower our small businesses in the district, so that as we are a mining district, in as far as enterprise supply development is concerned, would want to see our SMEs benefiting in terms of the mines in agriculture and in all the sectors that are active in the district municipality. And this is a program that we are determined to make sure that it comes to fruition. And therefore, that's why I'm saying the MMC will make sure that we restart the program and pursue it further. And also in terms of the regression, the municipal manager will cover it broadly. But just as highlight is that what had happened is that we have suspended the municipal manager in as far as that 66 million capital is concerned. Then we subsequently appointed a CFO as the acting municipal manager and had somebody as an acting CFO, Dademale. Just when the auditing season started, Dademale resigned and never gave us an opportunity to serve a notice. He just abandoned us. So well, he left us in the lurch. And that probably has contributed to us regressing. But I think what could have even exacerbated the matter was that the acting municipal manager then, the relationship with the Provincial Treasury and the AG wasn't that sound. And as a result, we're unable to indeed respond in time to quite a number of requests for information and so on. And as a result, then we happen to have regressed in terms of the audit opinion. But what have we done now? As a lesson learned, what we did was to take a resolution that says our Section 671 reports must be accompanied by a progress report on the audit action plan, so that we should not be able to lose track in as far as oversight on the audit action plan is concerned. But secondly, we have said, as a decision we have taken, is that like Fetakgomo-Tubatse, and our approach is that we also need to ring-fence, in particular, the retention. Especially because this will help us in terms of cash backing, especially when it comes to the rollover. Because we've been battling with the approval of the rollover because of us not being financially cash backed. And we think this might go a long way in also assisting us in this regard. And part of the reason of the regression is the operation and maintenance budget. That is normally overspent to an extent that the invoices are carried into the new financial year. The rest, I'm sure the municipal manager will be able to cover them. But what did we do again on the financial leaks that we had, cases of fraud and so on? After realizing this, the executive mayor wrote to the premier of the province, copied the MEC Cogta, MEC Treasury, requesting for intervention in as far as Section 154 of the Constitution is concerned. It took time, but I must, however, appreciate that the support is now coming. And as Cogta was presenting, I'm sure all of us heard that they've assisted us in assessing our IT system. And they've identified the gaps. They're also going to help us plug those gaps. Provincial Treasury is also on board. And I might say we've got a good rapport now with the new municipal manager and the acting CFO. And we believe that will help us improve on our audit opinion. The Financial Misconduct Board is in place. It lapsed, but then was renewed last year, September. And what are some of the lessons learned? Because it is our first time that we appear before this important committee that provides oversight on local government. The lesson that I've learned today is that through strengthening of the IGR structures, we can do much better. If we take, for instance, Makhudu-thamaga has been doing well, but also Fetakgomo-Tubatse is progressing well. We pick up good practice here and there in the local municipalities and the district municipality. And I'm saying this an appreciation that this exposure has indicated to me in particular that strengthening of IGR structures is important for lesson learning and benchmarking. Thank you very much. I'll then hand over to the municipal manager to deal with the technical matters. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Then the MM take the podium and proceed to deal with the technical questions as directed by the Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee, our MEC, speakers and chief whips, executive mayor and our mayors and MMCs, colleagues, all protocol observed.
Your name is because you are written Sekhukune district.
Okay. my name is Maureen Nsujisane.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I will start with the reasons, in addition to what the Executive Mayor alluded to, the reasons why we have regressed from unqualified audit opinion to qualified. In the main, it was due to lack of supporting documents on work in progress in terms of the property, plant, and equipment. And the assets impairment was not adequately or was regarded as inadequate. Then the other issue was due to expenditure that was reported in the incorrect financial years, in the incorrect financial year. And then the third one was the repairs and maintenance expenditure, which was not capitalized. And what have we done, or what are we doing to address these issues? We have developed a methodology to value assets that do not have supporting documents from the prior years. And the methodology we have shared with AG so that we are on the same page in terms of the methodology that we have used. Then on all transactions that we did, we have ensured that they are reported now in the correct financial year. And repairs and maintenance, we are doing a thorough review to identify expenditure and to ensure that it's capitalized. And then in terms of the other questions that were asked, Madam Chair, there was the question on the Fetakgomo VIP toilets for Ward 27, where there was an indication that there are open pits, toilet pits that are endangering people's lives. And what has happened since then is that those pits have been barricaded, and the laborers that were owed money have since been paid, but we have gotten a commitment from the contractor that you will have completed the project by the end of March 2021. And there was an issue as well, or a question that was raised regarding Makhudu-thamaga to say it's a drought-stricken area, and what are the issues there and what are we doing? Basically, Makhudu-thamaga area gets its water from the Velgelegen Dam. And the dam has had challenges of low water levels for quite some time. But what we are also doing from our side as the district is to drill boreholes so that we are able to augment water to some of the villages in the area. And this process is progressing. But in terms of the long-term plan is to get water from DCoG via the Malikane treatment water works through the Jane First pipeline to Jane First, which should address the issue in the long term. Then there was the issue in terms of around whether the district has a rescue team. No, we do not have a rescue team, but what we do have is emergency services that performs the general firefighting and rescue activities in the events of motor vehicle accidents and structural fires. We use the services of the Provincial SAPS from Bulugwane in instances where we need divers. And we are looking at an option of probably training or acquiring a diver, funds permitting. And there was a question around the Mutsi Drought Relief Project to say what is the status of the project. The project was basically in 3 components. It's about 143 million that was allocated for the project. And the Department of Water and Sanitation appointed the Lebelle Northern Water Board as the implementing agent. And from those funds, about 20 water tankering trucks were purchased, and to date, about 12 of them have since been transferred to Sekhukune, and we are still awaiting the transfer of the the outstanding 8. The other component of the project was for the drilling of boreholes. Now, none of the boreholes have been drilled as of yet, but technical assessment has been done in terms of assessing where there is water and the kind of equipment that will need to be put together, and if there's any pipelines that will need to be constructed to get the water to the communities. And the other component then was the storage tanks, which 2,000 were procured and 1,583 have since been delivered. 417 are still outstanding for delivery. And we are awaiting through Lepelle, the service provider that they appointed to deliver the final 417 storage tanks. And the last part of the project is the municipal water scheme. And we are putting plans in place to commission the municipal water scheme, but to do it in a phased approach. The other question had to do with the fact that Sekhukune District Municipality has not been able to budget sufficiently for repairs and maintenance. And currently, we have been allocating about 3 to 4% of total budget for repairs and maintenance, which is insufficient as the threshold is supposed to be 8%. Now, this was mainly due to the fact that our budget has been unfunded, so we did not really have sufficient funds to be able to allocate funds for this. So what we have started doing is to work on providing for repairs and maintenance on an incremental approach over the next financial years until we reach the 8% threshold. But also what we have are going to do is to ensure that we implement our revenue enhancement plan, which we have developed, and also then to look at ways of using our funds in a cost-efficient manner by buying materials in bulk, and also working towards minimizing the use of consultants, but also on doing it decreasing progressively so. And maybe also what I did not talk to as well is to say, what else are we then doing just in addition to what the executive mayor has alluded to in terms for us to improve our audit outcomes? One of the things is to upskill our staff, and where we have consultants to make sure that they prepare skills transfer plans, and those then will be monitored to make sure that they do transfer skills to our officials. Another area that the AG found us wanting was our records management. So we have now activated our electronic document management system so that we're able to capture and save our information. We've also then had a discussion with the AG to say we would like them to arrange a workshop with us, the district, and our locals, just to give us guidance on performance reporting. And also, we've also developed a checklist on SCM processes so that our bid committees as well are able to use a checklist to make sure that they are compliant to our SCM processes and legislative prescripts. We've also started implementing, requesting our internal audit unit to conduct due diligence on all our tenders before final award. And we are continuously training our officials on SCM legislative and regulatory framework. And we now are conducting our daily bank recons as it has been identified as an area of concern, including reconciliations of investments. And we also have a compliance register where we are monitoring our adherence to compliance issues. And we have now developed, but it's in a draft form, a clean audit strategy, which we hope then it will assist us to improve our audit outcome. Thank you, Chair. If there are any issues, I also have my our acting CFO. Thank you.
Acting CFO, on matters that you feel they've not been adequately addressed, can I give you an opportunity to do such?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Albert Muhammadi. I'm the acting CFO. I think in large, most of the issues have been adequately addressed. I think in line with the questions that were raised with the other municipalities that would relate maybe to the unpacking of the UIF expenditures, we can likewise maybe provide a detailed analysis in terms of what the makeup of the UIF is as far as the disclosure I could say. I think that is the only item that I could perhaps provide an unpacking on. Particularly in respect of questions around the write-off of UIF. We only had 2 instances where we wrote off certain funds, but that relates to previous financial years, which is 14 and 15. I think for 14 and 15, we wrote off close to about 114 million. And then 15 and 16, we wrote off close to 352. So altogether makes about 472, which is reflected in our financial statements in the comparative year for 18-19 financial year. And both of them have got a resolution basically, which was taken by council. And I think also further to that, and as far as consequence management is concerned, our UIF for 18-19 was obviously referred to MPEC, and the recommendations of MPEC were implemented, which led to the subsequent departure of the accounting officer then. The current UIF for 18-19 and the year under review is currently under audit. It's still with MPEC and has been referred, and we await their reports to be completed. And the accounting officer will then proceed with the recommendations as outlined in the reports. I think that would be basically my contribution in addition to what the EM has provided, as well as my accounting officer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CFO. Thank you, MM, and thank you, Executive Mayor. While the other colleagues prepare to make follow-ups, can I raise the following issues with your good selves? I thought CFO and MM will comment on the finding of you using consultants. We are mindful of the fact that the amount has been going down, but the issue that the AG raised concerns on was with regard that throughout the 3 financial years, you've been using the same consultants on the finance department, but there's been no plan to transfer skills or to capacitate your finance department. I'm tempted to ask, what are the skills that are there in your finance department vis-a-vis what you've been paying in terms of the salary bill of your finance department vis-a-vis the salaries that you've been paying the team in the finance department? The other issue that I wanted to raise with you and get clarity on, Executive Mayor, about a year ago, you'll recall that there were residents in your district, especially in Skrobesdal, who protested for over 3 weeks for not having drinkable water for over 6 months. The community was subsequently promised a water project worth 143 million for immediate implementation. What is the current status of that project? The other issue that I feel is not being addressed, Executive Mayor, under the year in review being 2018-19, the district awarded a bid amounting to 7 million to a driver in the employ of the municipality who failed to declare such employment. Has the district recouped the money? And what consequence management has the district taken against the official? Executive Mayor, I would like to hear your view, as you've earlier said that there are lessons that you've learned out of this interaction, but also I want to also learn from you, to hear from you, what in terms of the IGR. I think you've raised the issue of IGR earlier to say there's a need of strengthening IGR. But I wanted to understand as well, what lessons have you learned out of the COVID-19 pandemic, especially the response plan, and you being the chairperson of the District Command Council? The other issue that I felt we need to also attend to is in relation to your support to the district municipality, because apart from you being a water service authority, the Constitution in Section 154 gives you a responsibility on your part to support the locals. What we've realized when we're interacting with other districts, they tend to forget that they've got that constitutional obligations to support the locals. So I want to understand what is the one project that you can break about to say we've done this in supporting one of the locals, and this is what were the outcomes of that support that was provided to the locals. Yes, there's a district development model that as a province, you said we must also then start to move towards that through the district development model. Can I check from you, who are the political champions that the president has deployed to your region? It means then if it's a deputy minister or a minister, you name the name of that minister, and there has to be an MEC also that has been deployed, on MECs deployed. We want to know also, how are they assisting for you to troubleshoot the matters that could be of importance on your part? There are municipalities that have been amalgamated. In particular, it's one, if I'm not mistaken, Fetakgomo-Tubatse. And then also you've got several towns within your municipality, also mining towns, because I know Sekhukune is a mining area. That program that was launched in 2012, that has to deal with assisting distressed mining towns. Did your district benefited out of that? There was a package that was meant for that. Did your district benefit out of that? Is the project still in place? And then also now, there is this issue around local economic development, LED. What has been the district's role in making sure that the districts also contribute to job creation, because learning out of the COVID experience, you will agree with me, all our post offices were full, there were queues all over. There was for people who are unemployed. You find those queues so long, some will wake up at 4 a.m. and still come the following day. Then that was a clear indication that unemployment is rife in this country. Have you ever had a thought to support these small towns with regard to these small towns for their regeneration, so that they can be also create employment for the people within the district? So those were the issues from my side. Then this Honorable Groenewoud's hand, which is up. Yes, Honorable Groenewoud, you can then also raise questions that you want to raise as well.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think you've covered most of them, but it's just one question. How much is your total income for the year? And in relation to that, what is your percentage in terms of your salary bill in the municipality? Only that from my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Groenewoud. I don't see any other hand from the colleagues. I suspect it's when we started being counterproductive, but it's okay.
Sorry, Chair, just one question.
Another question, Honorable Groenewoud.
Thank you, Chair. I know you're a district municipality, but what revenue enhancement strategies do you have in place? And that will, as I connect to the question of the Chairperson on your LED projects. So if you can just enlighten us on that as well.
Okay. That's it. Over to you, Executive Mayor and the team.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think the MM will take others. If I have to start with the 143 million, there might be a confusion, but the communities that have been marching and so on is the community of Muze, which is in the vicinity of Provincial. And subsequent to those service delivery protests that have been coming to the municipality, they had requested for the intervention of the Minister of DWS and Human Settlement. And subsequent to that, a meeting was held in Muze with the Premier last year, in which the Minister made a pronouncement that he is going to make available 143 million for the relief of the communities. But just by way of a smaller background, is that the community of Muze have been receiving water from Dr. J.S. Moroka, as we have an agreement with them. But Dr. J.S. Moroka, due to drought, the dam that they've been using, called Mkombo Dam, dried out. That was as a result why then we began to have those service delivery protests. And subsequent to that, the minister committed 143 million. That the accounting officer has explained how that is being rolled out. I must say maybe we may need an assistance in this regard, because the project was supposed to be for 6 months starting August last year, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. It was supposed to be for 6 months, but the project could not be implemented within 6 months. And issues are between the implementing agent and the department. Unfortunately, as a district municipality, we can't resolve those issues. Amongst other issues is that the service provider must apply the storage tanks, is unable to complete the supply. And we are told he has been paid in advance the full amount. But the soonest the label and the department resolve their matters, the better for us to resolve the issues of Mutse residents, which are the ones who have been marching to the municipality for 6 months. The other matter, the Honorable Chair, you wanted my view on it, was in as far as the IGR structures are concerned. Whether can we point in terms of the assistance that we have made, I'll come to that point, that's part of support. But I would say the example I wanted to give here of the support in terms of IGR and the lessons learned from the COVID-19, particularly us as the district municipalities, the command structure, is that it has laid the basis to propel the district development model. But again, it has assisted us in strengthening collaboration between the district municipality and the locals, and as well as sector departments are concerned. And I'm saying, in as far as that part is concerned, it has demonstrated to the district municipality that integrative planning is possible. These are the part of the lessons that we have learned. In terms of a typical support, they may have many examples that we could provide. But when the mayor of Fetakgomo-Greater municipality took over with the situation that was prevailing in that municipality, the legal division there left much to be desired. And we seconded our legal person to help them in terms of the legal cases that they were having. And that was a kind of support that we helped them. I know at that point, there was a matter in which also they wanted to attach their property, and their legal division was actually not assisting in that regard. We had to intervene with the through our legal advice to save the municipality property from being attached as a result. But also in terms of municipal tribunal planning, the arrangement in the district municipalities that it is the responsibility of the municipality to coordinate that responsibility. So we are in charge of the municipal tribunal planning as one example in which we are helping the municipalities as far as their spaces, the use of spaces is concerned. And I'm sure MM can also provide many more examples in as far as that is concerned. In as far as the champions for the TM are concerned, we have the two MECs, MEC Bascob Makamo and MEC Poluwishielo. From the national level, we have got the Deputy Minister Tembisi Weya deployed here. These are the champions in the district municipality. And I would leave others to, but before I get there, an example of LED projects is the learner contractor program that we are having. We've got 57 of them, am I correct? 50. All right, we've got 50 of them as learner contractors. And the impact that is making on these individuals is quite huge. because the program is for 3 years. When they exit this program, they will be at level 5 CIDP grading. And we believe they will be then ready to compete with other people. Our next program was the enterprise supply development. And as you said, we were a mining area. Our target was to develop our SMMEs to be able to partake in the procurement spend of the mines that are there in the district municipality. We'll resuscitate the program given the impact that COVID-19 has in our people as far as poverty and unemployment is concerned. But we'll look further to other projects that will assist in creating job opportunities for the people of Sekhukune in order to fight poverty and create employment. Thank you very much. Amen.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
In terms of revenue enhancement, I will take part, I will respond partly, and the acting CFO will then also add to that. But we have developed a draft economic recovery plan. And in the main, one of the issues that we have identified is that for investment to take place or for investors to be attracted to coming to this district, we need to create an enabling environment for investment to take place. So one of the things that we have done as a district is to provide the platform of the joint municipal planning tribunal, which our locals then also utilize. Basically, in the main, it facilitates the processing of development applications, because development applications are key to ensuring that if the processes are streamlined and they are processed quickly, investors are able then to quickly start implementing their projects and are more likely to do business in the district. The other thing that we have also identified is to ensure that we utilize our water and sanitation infrastructure projects as economic drivers. And in doing this, one of the things that we are doing is to ensure that as we prepare the bill of quantities and the designs of the infrastructure projects, we ensure that they are labor intensive, but also we enforce the PPPFA by ensuring 30% of local content is adhered to in our infrastructure projects. The other project that we have also identified is the revitalization of the cotton farming program. I'm sure those who know the areas, especially of Marble Hall or Ephraim Mogale Municipality, know that it was once one of the capitals of cotton production in South Africa. And we are working together with Cotton SA, and they have identified the fact that already there is a ginnery in the area. Now, what we need to make sure is that we take advantage of the whole value chain. So one of the things that we need to then do is to empower our local farmers to farm cotton so that we're able to produce more cotton in the region. Already the ginnery is processing part of the cotton, removing the seeds from the cotton. And they've already also done a feasibility study for a spinning plant in the area. so that we can really take advantage of this competitive advantage that we have as a district. The other project is also in line with us taking advantage of the assets that we have. We have two big dams, which is the DCoG Dam and the Fetakgomo-Greater Dam within the district. Now it's for us to then take advantage of that and utilize that to come up with tourism and recreation projects. And feasibility studies have already been done regarding this. But what we now need is for the Department of Water and Sanitation to assign the district, and probably through the development agency, because Sekhukune has a local development agency, to assign it implementing agent status, so that they can then start engaging potential investors who would like to invest in the area. The other project that we have already worked with or are working on through the Sekhukune Development Agency as well is the manufacturing of electrical motor vehicles. And the first stage of the project is to manufacture the tuk-tuk bikes, which then will also then be used as part of the COVID-19 project as well, so that they're able to move medical supplies in the rural areas. And the project will also be partnering with mines. As part of one of the other projects is that we still have a high backlog of VIP sanitation projects. So we're looking at partnering with a potential investor in terms of them manufacturing the top structures of the VIP sanitation structures within the district, so that the money stays within the district. And this will then assist, all these projects will assist to ensure that the money stays within the district, that employment is created, but also there are business opportunities for SMMEs. I'll then give to, through you, Chair, our acting CFO to take us through some of the other issues.
Thank you, Emil. Through you, Chair, I think I will just add a couple of pointers to what the MM has already spoken to as far as revenue enhancement is concerned. I don't think there's much, but it will just complement your, because what she spoke to pretty much addresses the broadening of our revenue base. But in terms of efficiency, based on the revenue enhancement strategy that we basically completed with the assistance of DSA, one of the key things that we need to manage is water losses, which will be done through implementation of bulk water meters, as well as implementing your telemetrics just to identify leaks as early as possible, as well as obviously bringing in additional villages that we previously did not build, where we are providing water, maybe not on a consistent basis or so, or where there are no taps the household, to ensure that we recover some of the funds that we incur in obviously providing the water, which is basically a flat rate across, and also just installing meters where projects are completed, where then we can connect more households and then obviously attract more revenue. I think the biggest challenge with us is that our debt book is basically comprised almost 2/3 of it of residential households. So we've had incentive schemes that we have run over the course of the past financial year or so, which did not really yield so much returns because of the fact that affordability is an issue. And obviously just making sure that we complete and update the indigent register so that we can obviously identify the free basic services that we are providing, and of course, process the credits that are necessary. I think the other question that was raised was in relation to the use of consultants, which we do acknowledge that we have been using consultants in the past 3 financial years. Of course, in the last financial year, we did not, which you also alluded to, that you'll see the reduction. I think more will be done, but I think with the cases that the executive mayor has raised, as far as the 5.4 million is concerned, the 26 million has impacted on capacity as far as the suspensions are concerned. So we have been running finance with a bit of inadequate capacity per se. And I think there were a lot of acting capacity, positions within finance or key roles. I think the executive mayor also mentioned that the previous acting CFO then left without serving notice, I think, which also affected continuity thereof in terms of your institutional memory. But I think in essence, we will just endeavor to continue to try and ensure that we've got capacity in filling all the key conditions that are affected within finance, especially to also address issues that were raised by Treasury in terms of compliance with your circular in terms of the reconciliation research, where we need to make sure that our financial reporting unit is picked up. I think the third question that was obviously provided was the one in relation to how much income are we generating. Our income is roughly about 1.1 billion. That is excluding your capex. Our employee-related costs is ranging about 370 to 400. So ideally, our employee cost is sitting basically on the threshold of less than 71, which is 20%. But obviously, with the additional equitable share that we received in the current financial year for your COVID-19, that percentage dropped down to about 37%. We still need to do more to review the organogram and reprioritize to ensure that we stay below the 40% margin as
Okay. Thank you so much. I didn't hear the response with regard to the 7 million paid to the driver in the municipality and whether the municipality has recouped that money. That's far.
Thank you, Chair. The matter is not known to us. Has it been referred to in the AG's report? Unless we are confusing it with the Ephraim Mogale one, where an employee has used municipal petrol cards.
No.
Is it?
The petrol cards, this issue is an employee that the AG picked it up, wherein this employee didn't disclose, and you yourselves awarded the tender to him as the district municipality. It's a bid amounting to 7 million. This man has been a driver in your municipality, and this driver didn't declare that is in your employee. That's why we're asking whether you've recouped the money.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll delegate the MM to find out and to respond to the matter by Thursday.
Today is Thursday. Let me give you up to Friday.
Oh, Friday.
It's not like not like your council resolution that are demanding from the Ephraim Mogale, because this is a matter that the AG has picked up. Yeah, the Ephraim Mogale, the petrol issues is that this is an employee who was awarded the 7 million tender.
Okay, thank you.
So you'll tell us what tender was it, what is the name of the employee, and it seems as if you've not done anything on it. I think it's the method that you'll give us an action plan like you have done with the others. Executive Mayor, we need to commend you. We've been seeing you dealing with these matters of malfeasance in a way. So those are the issues that one wanted clarity on. The issue of the assistance that you have received from this team deployed, MEC Makamu, MEC Bushielo, Deputy Minister Siwaya, because if indeed this thing was working, this issue of Mutse by now, because isn't that we said the district development model will have to assist us then work together. We couldn't be in a situation where as you are saying, Executive Mayor, that the project was supposed to have been for 6 months as from August. Those issues then, this team was supposed to be the ones assisting you to troubleshoot this matter. And we are going to elections.
Yes.
Because this problem now, if it's not resolved now, you miss the 6 months deadline. Once you go there, you know those processes are going to become, and the issue is that this government doesn't take us serious. But it's a matter that I will liaise with the chairperson of Water and Sanitation and Human Settlement, so that then we follow it up. So those were the issues, because the issue that you didn't have, what kind of assistance? Or is it another additional home bodies that are deployed to the municipality? Are they actually, is this team actually assisting you? That is deployed. That's the question that one wanted clarity on. And the issue of the official, we can't deal with the UIFW now, because this is it's almost 1:30. Can we agree MM and CFO? You have regressed, ne? Then you'll tell us, as I've told the other colleagues in the other municipalities, you'll send us how far have you gone in addressing your UIFW for the past 3 financial years. You'll break it down to say this related to that, and this is what we have done. If it has not been investigated, what are you intending to do? So if we are to stay here now and deal with that, I think already, like I said earlier, we've become so counterproductive. With these few words, Honorable Kunavad, you wanted to make follow-up before I close. Your questions as well. Follow-up, Kunavad, so that then
it's not questions, just a few remarks. One, I see for the last 3 years, they only can say the budget on capital expenditure is only based on water management and wastewater management. I think you as a municipality must start getting plans in order to do other developments except those. And then in terms of revenue enhancement, you must, and I'm from a small, can I say, mining town as well. You must start looking at air pollution control. You must look at a fresh produce market. I don't know if you do have that in place, but if not, please start looking at that, because that's becoming important, especially for the future. That's I end. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, especially the fresh produce market. There's a lot of farming that is taking place there around that area. If they can tap it to their advantage, I think that will also contribute towards the development, because you go through, is it Elias Motswaledi, towards Mpumalanga, you see a lot of farming activities that are happening there. So I think those are the issues that we felt we need to raise with you. You want to comment on the political champions quickly, Mayor, before I close the matter? Are they providing any help as I've asked? Because we are also working on this issue of political champions. We've had several problems from other districts and provinces.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The Deputy Minister does visit the municipality, but with other programs. except the last time when we were not really launching, what was it? Inauguration, when we did the inauguration. But I had discussions with the MEC, Pastor Makam, and actually he was reminding me that we need to invite them to the district command council meetings. They had attended our last meeting, and will continue to invite them in other meetings. Mara, I take your advice that some of the matters we need to escalate with them. We didn't do an example of move the one. We'll then start escalating matters that we need support on to them. Thank you.
Okay. Let me thank you, Executive Mayor and members of your mayoral committee, including your senior managers. Let me thank the chairperson of SALGA in the province, Councillor Shai. We got your apology in the morning together with that of the MEC, and then indeed you did honor your commitment. It's always good to have you in our midst, because the delegate that you delegated during the day didn't attend the meeting. So it was the acting PDO alone. And then let me thank the COO, Mr. Lance Jewel is still in our meeting. And I know tomorrow you are hosting a conference, but you are still here as well. I want to, the MEC, as we were progressing, had a challenge with his laptop. Then I allowed him to go, but to thank the HOD, who kept your promise. During the day, we have DDG, Mujaji, and other members of the management team, including the Chief of Staff. We want to thank you. HOD, Gavin Pratt, Limpopo Finance Treasury, together with the team. Want to thank you as well for you being still with us up to this time. Mpomwale as the leader of the DCoG delegation and acting DDG Nkashe, plus the entire team. I also want to thank you for your undivided support throughout. Also to thank those mayors and the other members of the EXCO councillors who are still here with us up to this time of the morning. We want to thank all of you, including my own colleagues. I think we've done what we were supposed to be doing for the day. What is left, there are matters that we are still going to follow up, depending on the submissions. Then we'll still follow up these matters. And I want to also thank the Team AGA's South Africa, as led by the business executive in the province, for their user-friendly reports that they've prepared for us. That makes our oversight duty very simple. Like I said earlier when I opened this meeting, it's not about finding mistakes, colleagues. It's all about dealing with the root causes, as one mayor has said that, and then also to say, how do we then improve our governance? So some of the matters we still have to make follow-ups in terms of the oversight revisit. We'll still interact with you in the near future, but I think this was one of the most empowering meetings from our side. I hope it's the same thing on your side, that you have been empowered. Let's end it here. It's now 1:30. Go and freshen up and rest. I know some of you have got responsibilities this morning. Thank you so much. The meeting gets adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Amanda.
Pule. Hi. Nah, I recording one never executive mayor Pulisha. Recording one man. My dad is Robert. Dissolved.